style up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man, moving too quick. Keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe.
Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, so we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say, come out the cave. They see the blood on our shirt, they see the teeth in the face. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play, they sending snakes. They trying to give us a curse, they want us taking the bait. But that's okay, we keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way. Thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate. Stopping the rain, we know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take, we not afraid. We put the fear in their bones, ain't no more running away. They trying to trace, they trying to follow our steps. They trying to copy the wave, boy that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved, you gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work, like this is minimum wage. Boys you crazy, why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. If you come there, please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come, you're messing with a star. Nobody's safe. 1, 2, 3. Nobody's safe. Yeah, yeah. Nobody's safe. No, I do this for my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aim it for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was never for your friends. They my fans. Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team will do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene. Massacre, as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf. And matter of fact, scratch that, I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete, I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the third. What's happening? Best believe that a massacre. Nobody's safe.
cell up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never faltered. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, till we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say, come out the cave. They see the blood on our shirt, they see the teeth in the face. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play, they sending snakes. They trying to give us a curse, they want us taking the bait. But that's okay, we keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way. Thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate. Stopping the rain, we know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take, we not afraid. We put the fear in their bones, ain't no more running away. They trying to trace, they trying to follow our steps. They trying to copy the wave, boy that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved, you gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work, like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy, why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe.
Tell them don't start.
Nobody's safe.
If you come then please don't drop your guard.
Nobody's safe.
If you come you're messing with a star. 1, 2, 3.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. No, I do this for my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was there for your friends. They my fans. I jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team would do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene. Massacre, as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf. And matter of fact, scratch that, I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete, I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the serve. I snap them, best believe that a massacre.
Tell them don't start.
cell up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, so we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave, they see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the face. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They sending snakes, they trying to give us a curse. They want us taking the bait, but that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way, thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate, stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take. We not afraid. We put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They trying to trace. They trying to follow our steps. They trying to copy the wave. Boy, that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work. Like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy. Why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe.
Tell them don't start.
Nobody's safe.
If you come then please don't drop your guard.
Nobody's safe.
If you come you're messing with a star.
Nobody's safe.
2, 1, 2, 3. Nobody's safe. Yeah, yeah. Nobody's safe.
No, I do this for my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was there for your friends. They my fans. Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team would do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene into massacre. As soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf. And matter of fact, stress sad, I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete. I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the serve. I snap and best believe that a massacre.
Tell them don't start.
Double XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, all facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, till we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say, come out the cave. They see the blood on our shirt, they see the teeth in the face. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play, they send us snakes. They trying to give us a curse, they want us taking the bait. But that's okay, we keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way. Thinking we flip in reverse, but we keep rushing the gate. Stopping the rain, we know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take, we not afraid. We put the fear in their bones, ain't no more running away. They trying to trace, they trying to follow our steps. They trying to copy the wave, boy that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved, you gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work, like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy, why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe.
If you come then please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come you're messing with a star. One, two, three.
Nobody's safe.
Yeah.
Nobody's safe. No, I do this for my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was never for your friends. They my fans. I jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team will do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene. Massacre, as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf. And matter of fact, scratch that, I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete, I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the third. I snap and best believe that a massacre.
Tell 'em don't stop.
all up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back.
इन जैसे पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
BGMI क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 कोट देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
डे लेफ्ट रहा, डे पुश பண்ணுங்கடா।
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, जाना किधर है?
वीडियो ना, अयो मचा रिवाइव बन।
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
No. यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग?
shoot guys। मचा
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா।
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा?
உங்கறால தான்டா தோத்தோம்।
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK.
मास बचा। अयो तला। यस।
Yellow Army, bro.
सी language இல்ல, CSK இருக்கு மச்சான்।
गाइस बंदे
come on அவன சுடுடா। come on man, nice shot man,
well played guys.
yeah
bro, CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா।
Now we don't need call outs, just whistle podu.
BGMI ஆடு, whistle போடு।
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Krafton Esports present the College Campus Tour Championship. This is going to be the final day of this amazing event. My name is Shivansh Phoenixing. Alongside me, it's going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, once again, we started off like yesterday, and yesterday's game was actually pretty solid because some teams actually showcased some crazy performance. But today it's going to be the final day, the final 6 game. What are your expectations?
I mean, my expectations primarily are going to be from the teams inside of the top 5, because what we witnessed yesterday was basically the top 5 building up a safety cushion against the other 11 teams that are there in the competition. It was surprising, to be very honest, because day number 2, I expected the other teams to try and catch up to teams like Endeavour Esports, to teams like 9mm, to teams like W2R and Omen, but that really wasn't the case. And today being the last stage, the last 6 matches, again, the map of Rondo becomes very important for everyone else. A 30 bomber on Rondo can increase your chances of finishing in the top 8 at the end of the day, and it's very important that you improve your standings on the last day, because there is prize money attached to the position you finish on, as we can see on our screens now.
Once again, it's all about 5 lakh rupees on the line. If you end up winning this tournament, you'll get 2 lakh rupees. Second place eventually will get 1 lakh rupees. If you end up in the third position, you'll get 50,000. And if you are in this competition, if you are in the top 16, you still manage to get 5,000 rupees for yourself. The MVP also get 10,000 rupees. So that is an important race that some people are also running in, and one of the player has to be that Godlin. Endeavour Esports, 2 of the players are already in that race. But if we talk about the overall standings, Gojo and 9mm Esports standing still against each other. It's a simple standoff between these 2 teams. Both the teams secured 121 total points, but there's a simple catch, and that is 9mm Esports. They secured 3 chicken dinners.
Yeah, and I think again 9mm Esports yesterday were absolutely phenomenal. Yesterday they came into their own form, 121 points tied up with Omen. As we see Endeavour Esports, they were pushed to the third, which was quite unfortunate for them, but we did not see the same Endeavour Esports yesterday that we witnessed on day number 1. The one thing they have going for themselves is that the fact that they do not have a single chicken dinner to their name. If they can change that today, maybe we are going to see them propel themselves upwards and take the first position away from 9mm. On the 4, W2R, also another impressive team, not too far away from the pack leaders, but very important for them to try and catch up, and in order to do that, they have to be consistent. But again, the biggest stumble from day 1 of the Grand Finals to day number 2 of the Grand Finals was Mystical Wave. Mystical Wave started their journey on day 1 with a great note. They were inside of the top 8. They had a chicken dinner as well. But yesterday, not a single good performance was witnessed from Mystical Wave, because of which they sit on the 15th position today.
Mystical Wave, once again, to be honest, one of the team which I thought I'm looking forward to them. But once again, kind of a sad ending, but still you got 6 more maps to work with. But I hope in this, in today's matchup, they will perform good. 4 Campus is also a team who tend to perform actually good on the map of Rondo. But if we talk about the other Erangels and Miramar, they tend to fall off. But the top players, Dustin OG, his grenade throwing skills are absolutely crazy, Johnny, because not in just one, in both the Miramars, he eliminated 2 teams by just using 2 grenades. This guy is actually a crazy lad in the lobby when it comes down to those throwables.
For sure, and again, I mean, Dustin, he has been incredible from day 1. His entry into the matches happened a little bit later on day 1. I think post-match 3 is where we actually saw him get warmed up and saw him get those finishes for his team. And he has been a key reason why 9mm Esports right now is sitting first on the overall leaderboard. And we'll have to witness what Dustin brings to the table, what the lads chasing him bring to the table today, because we have the schedule on our screens. Rondo, 3 Erangels, and then 2 Miramars. It is all down to that Rondo. Anyone sitting 5th to 16th, if they can do well on Rondo, they can stand a chance to improve their rankings. And as we mentioned, if you finish on the podium, you get much better prize money compared to finishing 4th to 8th or 9th to 12th. Or so on and so forth. I mean, finishing dead last is definitely something that's not going to make these lads happy. The more money you have while you're in college, the happier you're going to be. And of course, it's going to be split between the entire team. So that is also something to focus on. But we'll have to see how the journey for all of these 16 teams unfold today. But again, primary focus will be on the top 4.
Yeah, that is going to be our primary focus because once again, the race is quite tough, especially if you're in the top 4, right? It tend to be like till the first day after the first 6 matches got over. It was a fight between the top 3 teams wherever the 2 teams who were in the top 2 spot, they kind of had like about 12 points lead between them and the team who was sitting on the 3rd position. But now it's completely stacked up. Not a single point difference between the team number 1, that's going to be 9mm and God's Omen. But one fact that yesterday in the final match, Endeavour Esports end up on the 2nd position again. And that has been the problem from the day one, Johnny. I really want, Endeavour Esports to at least just get one chicken dinner from these final 6 maps.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think that is the one thing that, as you said, we want to see from Endeavour Esports. They've been good in terms of position. They've been amazing in terms of picking fights and securing finish points. But chicken dinner is something that they are lacking. On day 1, they got very close. They finished 2nd in a match, just barely shy of the chicken dinner. Their chances were completely ruined by a solo surviving player from Rulzbreakers. I think it was Man OP who kind of picked up one of the players from the side of Endeavour Esports and completely denied them the chicken dinner. But again, they have gotten close. They can close it out as well. And as we saw on the overall leaderboard as well, that 7-point difference that they have to cover up, well, with a chicken dinner, you can surpass that by quite a lot. And of course, if they get a big chicken dinner on the map of Rondo, then that gives them a nice little safety net to work with as well for the rest of the day. So for Endeavour Esports and even for the side of W2R, I think Rondo is very important if they're eyeing out for the championship, for the trophy, for the 2 lakh rupees in prize money. They need to do well. They will need a safety net in the upcoming games for sure.
They certainly need a good safety net, and once again, Rondo is going to be the perfect map to just build that safety net up for yourself, because once again, you can actually collect a lot of finishes for yourself. But I think so sometimes when we talk about the day number 2, you tend to have that revenge arc and the day of comebacks. You have a lot of stories to build up, but the day number 3, kind of the most important one, like obviously it's such a rhetorical answer, but the important part is that sometimes the team tend to, overexpress, overthink, and just try to play their mind out. You know what? For today, I think so the simple thing is just do whatever you have done in the past 2 days. 12 matches, you have to just replicate them. Just try to mirror the same stats. Yeah, be creative. Just be a little bit reactive, and you have to, just utilize some impromptu stats too. But once again, don't do anything crazy because sometimes it can backfire.
I mean, it depends. If you're sitting 9 to 16, then it might just be your time to bring out all the craziness that you can into the matches, because you're out of options pretty much. The other teams are in, they've crossed a 100-point marker and they have a nice little 60-point advantage against you to work with. So with back against the wall, just do whatever you feel like. Even if you go down, at least you go down swinging. On the other front, I mean, the top teams are the ones that will be panicking today. It's the day of decision, and we all know there's nothing scarier than the final exams that you have to face, and no one right now is living these words better than the players playing in this lobby. I mean, it's the start of the year, so of course they are not going to have their finals right now. Everyone's going to be starting their semesters, but in the middle of their semesters. But when they get to the final exams, they are used to that pressure. Today, it's the same kind of pressure that they're facing. It's the last day, last 6 matches, and again, last 6 matches decide whether for the remainder of the year, is your team, are your friends going to be 2 lakh rupees richer, or are they just going to be there with the 10,000 rupees that you get for finishing in the 16th position?
Yeah, I think so. It's just, the money will eventually, just push your morale up that, hey, either you are having a small little kitty party or maybe a grand party with your friend, depends at which position you end up after completing this particular event. But eventually you will get some money to, just spend on. And I think so food is going to be the best option. It's too hot out here in India itself, in our country. So just eat some ice cream, I think so. Or maybe
pretty much, man.
Today
decides whether you're ordering online or whether you go out for a nice dinner.
I think so. Going, just order online. That's too easy. I'm a lazy guy. I'm just gonna suggest that. So yeah, but going out is a good option.
I mean, you might be a lazy guy, but we are not lazy. If you ended up winning the tournament like this, Phoenix, like, I'm pretty sure we are taking you out. We are coming to your home, pulling you out of your chair, and we're dragging you to a restaurant and making you pay. That might just happen if Endeavour Esports ends up winning today, or maybe, who knows, if God's Omen wins today.
First day of everyone. Johnny, please do that. That's always an option.
We will have a discussion about it. I think we are going to have one of our colleagues join that discussion later on. But that's going to happen off broadcast for sure, because that's a discussion for whether we are ordering online or whether we are going out for ourselves. For right now, I think 6 matches. These lads get to decide what their plans for next week are going to look like, at least next few weeks. And again, as we were also talking about it, it's a great opportunity by Krafton India Esports for these young players, especially we all know while you're trying to break into the pro circuit of Indian esports, not everyone succeeds. Everyone also has their own lives going on in parallel, and for a few, it is going to college, pursuing your education, while putting time in practice when you're done with your lectures, when you're done with your studies. And for a few of these names, as we spoke about it on day one, and we spoke about it yesterday as well, a tournament like this also gives them an opportunity to showcase the talent in esports that they have, apart from talent in the intellectual side of things, in the stream of education. So I think, again, now you can do both things in tandem. You're done with your lectures. It's about 5:30 in the evening. Now it's time. It's playtime, and it's a Sunday evening as well. So instead of going out, might as well sit at home, play some BGMI, and win some money to spend for the following week.
This is the perfect setup, and obviously the students out there, they would love to see more events such like this, because once again, not even just helping you out to clear your mind out, because we all know, yes, study is an important part, but sometimes chilling out, playing with your friends, just having fun will eventually boost your morale, and it will help you to just chill out a little bit and score even better, not even in just studies, maybe in these type of tournaments too, because just look at some teams, they're actually going crazy, they're doing fabulous in terms of the gameplay itself. But now, Johnny, I think so just 3 minutes more, and then we'll just instantly hop on into the game, or maybe it's gonna start pretty soon. Maybe we're just heading on to the first map. One thing which is sure, and that is Fantastic 5 will go all berserk, because yesterday, I'm gonna say this, they landed in Partona, and you won't even expect another team there. They instantly they had to share those compounds, but eventually they got some finishes, and from that very moment, they were very angry.
Yeah, but that's going to be the story that we get to witness at the end of the day once we actually move towards the maps of Miramar. But starting the journey of the last day of the Grand Finals, we have the map of Rondo on our screens, and we have dual flight paths this time on Rondo. Again, both of them slightly leaning towards the western half of the map, so the eastern side of things is going to be a little bit trickier for the teams to drop towards. But alright, it seems like there might be a contention for that early recall tower. We do see Endeavour Esports and OneShot sending their isolated players towards the northeastern quadrant of the map, and they aren't alone. Battlehawks are going to be joining them there.
It's going to be an interesting so early stage, by the way. But Tanchang, Hongshan completely empty. Yeah, FRAG, it's gonna be a Nox factory completely jam-packed. Stadium is empty, by the way. That's gonna be a big surprise. Not even a single team is heading towards stadium, but yeah, towards factory, you're gonna have a really, really interesting barrage of frags, it seems. Team OneShot already dropping down. Not a good position. Inferno to stay out, but Zeref found a weapon, and he also spotted out these players just dropping in. A bit late though, but you can easily try to shut them down. God's Omen Arto, he has a different strat. You know what? I will go for a vehicle. You guys will try to find those weapons. You'll try to just shut yourself down. I'll just have a sweet time. Take that buggy or maybe a coupe out for a ride, and I'll enjoy this map of Rondo.
Yeah, pretty much. I think the intention over there is to go for the recall towers and just play a little bit slow, as his entire team has dropped towards Neo X factory, and there's a massive cluster here. Battlehawks on our screens as well, but on the finish feed we did see the name of Units2 OP. It seems like there will be no delay from the side of God's Omen in kicking things off. They have the first point on the board, and same goes for Battlehawks, as Yamraj does manage to secure a finish for his team, but you do still see the remaining players scrambling for those weapons, and that might cause an issue. You need weapons, you need utility as quickly as possible in Rondo in particular to initiate those fights, and even though the knock was secured, the finish get converted by Zeref. Battlehawks, they could be under pressure. They've lost one man, and they are going to be pinned down in that watchtower right behind the players of God's Omen.
Not a good position to stay in. Zeref, he will get that revival though. his teammates too close to him. Dope is also giving some cover. Anuj utilizing that smoke to just create some extra cover. And now Zeref, yeah, he'll be back up on his feet. But Dope, one good grenade, one good utility, and you might fall short too. On the other side, if you talk about Arto, he already got a coup. He is moving towards our recall tower. So if anything goes bad with his teammates, he will eventually just recall him. He will eventually recall them into another fight. But wait a minute, what Mr. Zella is doing out in an open, and Dope spots him out instantly, shuts him down, and that's going to be a free frag for the players of God's Omen. Started off pretty solid, by the way. 3 finishes already. On the other side, the players of Blackhawks, once again, they are also taking a lot of damage. Oh, Endeavour Esports is also there. So yeah, now it is understandable.
Yeah, Endeavour Esports, we were wondering where are we going to see them on this map at Neo X Factory. They are kicking things off in a brilliant manner. Now shutting down God's Omen as well. Anuj 2OP distracted by Battlehawks right behind, looking to climb the stairs. Smoke lobbed out, has some soft cover to work with. I don't think it's going to be enough. Too much commotion caused by God's Omen in the early stages of the game. And now they will have to deal with the pressure. Endeavour Esports, they've made it to the rooftop. Anuj 2OP is still looking for an angle. Has not spotted out a single man from the side of Endeavour Esports yet. No visual confirmation. But on the other side of things, 9mm Esports, look at them. They've got 6 eliminations on the board. 2 players knocked out. If only they can get the revives, they will not have to use the recalls this early inside of the match. And I think that might actually be a possibility. Dustin, he's already there.
And he will save both the 2 players. What a play, man. 9MM already started off good, creating that advantage. On the side, God's Omen, they are doing the same thing for frags for them, and Anuj. His grenade was pinpoint perfect, and Godlin, a player who is in the MVP race, instantly got eliminated. Gave away his finish, and now you can clearly see God's Omen replenishing their supplies. Anuj got the S12K, a level 2 kit, as well as the AUG in his hands. W2R on the other side, taking down the player. Dynatox goes down. Not a good position to be in. W2R also one of the fan favorites here in this lobby. Doing good, but still not perfect. Gonna need some more frags though. You lost Hip God, but he will get revived though.
They've lost one. And he will be recalled soon, but W2R, they aren't done yet. Moving in a little bit late for the factory control. It's been cleared, and not a lot of points remain on the board for W2R to secure, but any early points on Rondo can prove beneficial in the late game stage, especially in the mid game stages when you don't have to worry about running into those fights. And we saw this yesterday put on display where a team with a chicken dinner on Rondo wasn't able to secure the first spot on the match rankings leaderboard just because they lacked the number of elimination. But Battlehawks against God's Omen, this fight has been going on for a while now. Anuj 2OP still with a nail and a Molotov, trying to pick off one more man from the side of Battlehawks as Yamraj and Lark are trying to climb the stairwell. Spotted out. Yamraj goes down. Lark is the last man surviving, and Anuj, he saw him push for the roof. He knows exactly where Lark is, where he's hiding. And there's the nade lob behind the solar panels. Molotov to cut off any possible rotation as well. And now he's just trying to flush him out. There's the knock. What precision from Anuj 2OP. 2 more finishes bagged.
This guy, such a good play, man. And just individually shutting down both the lads and just one single spray. Just too good, man. Setting up. That was a bait. The first nade was a bait to buy some time, create some space, Molotov, and then the grenade with a peak. Saw it. God's Omen, 7 finishes for them, and now their competition 9mm in the server. How they are doing? Yes, exactly same. Alpha and Abhinav back on their feet. Dustin, by the way, the #1 player. He is in the first spot in the player ranking department. Alpha eventually got knocked out by Stoop. He's closing in. And remember, 9mm Esports is a very solid team representing GB Punt DSEU. up against the players of WasTaken from NMIT.
Let's see. This is gonna be the title fight. 9mm still just building up those frags, building up those finishes, and look at that, another man taken out, but it's a trade. Alpha need to bring him back. It's stage 1 coming to an end. Stage 2 blue zone. The damage is gonna be a little bit more, but I think 5 bandages, 1 first aid. Abhinav will be able to handle it. He does need some boosters. And he does have a booster running, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Dustin on the other side trying to deal with Chad, and oh! What a flick coming through! Dustin goes down. The big man from the side of 9mm Esports has been shut down in this fight.
Abhinav. They are moving towards the players from still AK. WasTaken, but this fight is going completely against you. By the way, Ash, I think so, is too far away from the pack. He's towards safety, towards the recall tower. Switch to the FPP mode, unable to find the player. The smoke is denying your vision, but Abhinav eventually take him down. And Alpha is still saying that you can still revive me. It's possible. 25 meters away from the safe zone, but still, you got a vehicle just right beside you. 10 finishes already. Now I want to look where the players of God's Omen are, because Anuj too OP. He was not that lucky. Rocky eventually will shut him down, and that's the end for Anuj for now, until unless he get recalled back in the server. But Johnny, just look at that. 60 players are still there. Only one lost his life. All the teams are still surviving. W2R Esports are on the other side, barely breathing. His vest is completely damaged, but he will try to full heal himself.
Oh, but look at this nice little dodge coming through. And I think that is just one thing that W2R were hoping of. Didn't put on the complete heal over there. First out of position. The threat of util from Gojo. He barely misses his mark. Adi is again prepared for the duel. The shotgun goes off on the stairwell. No contact from either players. And Adi needs to be more cautious about it. Finally gets picked off. A quick in and out coming from Gojo. Just manipulating the opponent to perfection. Little play. And Team RaZr as well. 5 eliminations. So today we are seeing that middle pack go on a hunt. But I believe sitting at the top of the leaderboard, 9mm Esports, last we saw them, they had 10 finishes on the board. And that is a dream start to have on a map like Rondo. Stage 2, already 10 eliminations. After this, all they need to work towards is going to be the chicken dinner.
That's it. You just need a good, hefty, fat chicken dinner to just solidify your positioning. Team RaZr on the other side, yes. In that team, been showcasing that consistency from the day one though. Cook on the other side has been that important factor. You lost one of your lad though, but I don't think so that's going to be a bit of a problem because you still got 5 eliminations in the backpack, so kind of a decent trade. 4 more seconds and then the third stage will form. Team RaZr, will you be able to survive in the circle? Oh, the circle is too close to you guys though. But I don't think so. Team RaZr, they have to worry about this. Once again, Team RaZr, they are representing GB Pant DSU Oklahoma campus from the North Zone.
That zone, the cluster of teams present towards the eastern half. 9mm looking to breach the southwestern edge, stopped in their tracks. But haven't given up yet. The 4-man roster still holding strong. Abhinav leading the charge. They've dished out a lot of damage. No utility on the players. The shotgun spam inside of the smoke. No knocks yet. The players from the opposing side still left standing, but that run over changes it all. And now 9mm Esports in complete control of this fight, on the verge of wiping yet another squad from this game. And this might just be the first complete squad wipe that we get to witness.
Oh,
they don't know that the last man is still inside of the smoke.
Exactly, that's going to be the fun factor though. He is still there, he's still breathing. But Abhinav eventually, he's on a roll, man. 7 finishes already. 13 finishes for the players of 9mm Esports. And are trying to at least finish off the whole squad. Tiger will survive, will breathe it out. Able to make it into at least the stage 3. But you are the sole survivor of your squad. Are you going to make it through? That's going to be the next question. But 9mm Esports, wherever they are going, they're just creating ruckus, and that's it. Oh, spots out a team. What? 9mm is... What Abhinav is doing? He drops out from his vehicle, takes down the lad, and the second player is almost dead. The spray is perfect. Abhinav, chill out, dude. He is playing like a madman. 9 finishes already, and this is not even the 4th stage. 16 teams are still there. Johnny.
Man, oh man, I mean, it's been a while since it's taken this long for a complete squad wipe, and without a full squad being wiped from this game, 9mm Esports, as you mentioned, already up to 15 eliminations, and it's not even stage 4 yet. I think they are on a mission to make that safety net in this map 1 itself, so that by the end of the day, there's no possibility of them missing out on the 2 lakh rupees that's there for the winner of this college campus tour. And what a phenomenal job from 9mm Esports. And it's not even Dustin that's outperforming everyone in this game. It is Abhinav, which is a surprise, to be honest.
Agreed, man. Abhinav showcasing his experience. That is going to be a very important play. Abhinav spots out another lad. Whenever this guy spots out a player, I always think, and back of my mind, that guy will eventually got knocked out, and that's going to be Lurk this time from Battlehawks. Not in a good position. The smoke is blooming. He might survive because the distance is quite a lot, but another team is closing in towards you. You have to be careful. Battlehawks is not going to be your next target. It should be another one. And Abhinav, how are you doing that? 40 meters away, and you're still going for that fight. Come on, let them breathe at least for 1 second, man. He's out of bullets, Johnny, but he's still firing them. 27 in the mag. 27 in the bag and 41. Oh my god, he got some more. Nah, this lad is crazy.
He is crazy indeed, and it's been a crazy performance from Abhinav. Double digits all alone. More finishes on a single player than a few teams combined together. And it doesn't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon. 9mm Esports in this particular match is clearing the edge to perfection. And here's your favorite team. Fantastic 5. Phoenix not doing well. Roshan, he's taken a lot of damage. He takes down one. He claims the finish. And Fantastic 5 instantly gets shut down. Unfortunate.
I'll say bad outing, that's it. We'll move forward with that unfortunate loss. And that's going to be the second last team who takes an exit. Bit of a bummer, but alright. Alpha so sus from 9mm Esports. Looking solid. Abhinav already getting 10 frags, as you just mentioned, beautifully. Way ahead. Not from just even players, from some teams, by the way. We talk about Zoom. Also got knocked out in some part of the map. 9mm Esports sharing the similar grounds, though they are still playing on the edge. Mystical Wave on the other side managed to get 3 finishes for themselves. Spotting another team in front of them. And that's going to be Team RaZr. Katsuya QD also got knocked out. Bro overextending the fight and eventually get knocked out. Reflex Bros is there, but why are you throwing that ball in an open ground? Oh, bad decision, my brother. And Slash on the other side missing his spray. That's strange.
Yeah, this is a very awkward 1v1. There have been multiple attempts to take down the man behind the tree, but failed to even notice the reposition. Finally sees him. And well, yeah, W2R Esports. I think it's Adi is just trying to outplay this fight in a 1v2. Does not succeed. Finally gets shut down by Speed OP. Mystical Wave still surviving in this game. But they're stuck towards the northwestern edge. I do not think we're going to see them survive till the end of the match, especially with Endeavour Esports being the gatekeepers and blocking their way across this open field.
You got some good cover though. You gotta make yourself a bit safe in this position. You got this. Oh, edge of the circle. Good positioning by the way, Endeavour Esports. But it seems like there's a player who is not stopping. I can still see his name in the finish speed, man. Oh my god, Abhinav. I think so. He's on a roll. Maybe he got all his infinity stones. He just want to snap out almost half the lobby. Just want to end their life in this one map Rondo. 10 finishes by the way. He's still not stopping. But meanwhile, Endeavour Esports, they're just trying to save themselves. Up against the players. Team number 17, that's going to be Mystical Wave from IT Guwahati. Looking good. Dope on the other side. Finally, he woke up, got knocked. But the problem is, you need to capitalize on that finish. Speed OP bros. It managed to get 4 frags on his name. Need some more because you're still on the second page. 9mm. Ash got knocked out. Dustin got some bullets in his backpack. Abhinav moving towards the blue. And now 9mm. They are looking more in a dire situation because look at Dustin. Tanked a lot of damage. Alpha is there for the safety. And yep, they are fighting against a clear fight. But where Abhinav is going? He's going alone, Johnny. He might get taken out.
Let's see, I think, as you said, it's not a good position for him to be in. And also look at that cluster that's formed towards the western side. So many team WasTaken. They have to be cautious of their right flank as well. And they do spot out one of the players from the side of Endeavour Esports, but fail to take down Godlin. Endeavour Esports, they have an opportunity to reset. Rexy Live YT gets finished off. And now it's a 4 versus 3 WasTaken. They need to be cautious. No utility. It's just level 1 armor helmet. What was this team up to? I think it's just a recall that's happened onto Chad. And post recall, not a lot of opportunity for him to actually gain any control or find any new loot. But Abhinav, as you said, knocked out. Alpha going for a revive, gets baited and also gets taken out. The nade finishes off Abhinav and 9mm Esports. They were phenomenal all this time, on fire, double digits eliminations as well. And yet, they get taken out so early in the match.
That's a very bad ending for a team who was performing that good.
Yeah.
But now, God's Omen, they got a green signal, Johnny. Now they have a clear pathway to secure the top position. Yes, your opponent, your counterparts managed to at least secure more than 15 points, but you still got to work your way up. If you end up in the top 3 position, I am assuming that you will be able to, just at least secure 12 finishes in the backpack. On the other side, Mystical Wave, there was a position when they had all the 4 players alive, but now it just dropped down to only 2. That's going to be Stoop and Chad. And you were just mentioning about one of the players' loadout. Look at Stoop's loadout. Just level 1 helmet. 4 frag grenades. 3 smoke. And that's it. Not even a painkiller. Not even a first aid kit. How are you going to survive, Stoop?
I don't know, man. I mean, he has 3 smokes to maybe just clear up a position and try and create a small path to just play along the trees. But he's just wasting utility on Slash in the back lines.
Yeah. You can't even see him, so just make sure that you are confident with this positioning though. But now God's Omen, they got the positioning, they got the advantage. Frag eventually spots him out, trying to pepper them down, but still the distance is quite a lot, 33 meters more. You got 10 seconds to work with. The 7th stage will be in front of our eyes. But for now, Slash eventually got taken down. Yeah, Mystical Wave, they were not having it. Already got taken down. WasTaken into the top 6. Oh, Endeavour Esports. Noob got knocked out by none other than Dope.
Not looking good. Endeavour Esports now under pressure. What's happening to these top teams, man? They get hyper aggressive very early, and then mid-game stages when there are not enough players, that's when they get taken out from very weird position. WasTaken, I think this is going to be another finish claimed in the bag. There it is. Oh, it gets stolen. It went to someone else.
Does. That's the second time we caught you in 4K. You're just throwing a grenade which is completely far away from the player. Unfortunate for that guy, but all right, WasTaken. At least they had a solid plan. They have a solid plan in their mind, and that is move inside the circle. But Chat got spotted out, but none other than that's going to be Z-Lord. And he's on the position where he might get finished off. But Stoop, what you are doing, brother? Just utilize those smokes. You got 3 of them in the backpack. Oh, he finally did.
Well, finally he realizes that, alright, maybe denying vision also works.
But he lost his teammate, man.
Yeah.
You are too late.
Look at Sid as well. He's charging into this fight head on. What is that decision? Just was single shot more. And it was the last shot of the magazine that makes contact. WasTaken. They make it to the top 3 with 9 eliminations on the board. And, well, this has been an interesting turn of events. I did not expect this team to be in the top 3 with how they were playing with the utility, to be honest.
Completely agree with that point. But now Stu will collect some more utils. I suppose he'll get some good frag grenades and probably a first aid kit or maybe a booster because he needs those ASAP. Otherwise, he might get finished off by the blue itself. But 4 campers on the other side. Looking good. Zerif got spotted. The spray completely misses his mark. But you are just waiting for the next circle. 15 meters far away from the blue. And Z-Lord, I get it. Your game plan is to shut down Stu, but guess what? It's going to be someone else, Skill, eventually able to just shut him down. And now it's going to be the top 2 situation where it's a complete fight, a 4v4 fight in the first Rondo map. Interesting.
Yeah, 4 campers versus God's Omen, and God's Omen is another team that's already in the top 4, so it's important for them to close out this match with a chicken dinner, try and see if they can take the first spot away from 9mm. Well, let's not forget, 9mm had 16 eliminations in this game, so they already have a head start. I wonder how many finishes God's Omen on. Well, it's 16, so yeah, they've already surpassed 9mm. Well, in terms of points for this game, but a chicken dinner from here would not hurt, and it will be a 30 bomber, by the way, if they do manage to finish off every single player from the opposing side.
This is going to be a very good positioning, and this is going to be a very good chance for the players of God's Omen to just shut down your opponents and to collect as many points as you can. Some temporary covers being already dropped down from into the map. Z-Lord taking good cover. Frag eventually got spotted out. Nuclear also trying to burst down the vehicle, but I don't think so that will work because Dope, he's still behind that big rock. He's the only player from God's Omen who got a circle control. So now that's the problem, by the way. Can't see the same thing for the players of... I thought that's going to be a knock, and yes, I was right. It's going to be Arthur eventually shutting him down.
Well, that's a brilliant shutdown coming through. And now it's a 4 versus 3 situation. God's Omen looking to control it. Zeref spotted out, goes back behind the cover. Fraggy is just completely tunnel vision towards Zeref. He does not even get a chance to see that R2 has closed in and is there behind the deployable cover towards the right. This is desperation from 4 campers to just try and distract the players of God's Omen from finishing off their fallen teammate. And 2 of the players from the set of 4 campers are stuck on the edge of the circle as well. They are going to have to go around the ridge. Look at the amount of deployable covers they have used. That's a nice little wall they have to work with.
Just gonna make it sure that you have good amount of cover though. This is gonna be end up in the 8th stage. Anush got knocked out. That's gonna be a trade of skill. But the problem is that Anuj is too far away from the back. There are no chances of him getting that revival though. But now the circle betrays the players of 4 campers. Because in the 7th zone, the positioning advantage was in favor of 4 campers. But now it has been turned around. But what Arthur was trying to do, Dope 2, he was trying to revive Anuj. But he faces the brunt. And now Arthur is just going to do the same thing. This team, yep. If I called you my brother, you are my brother for life. I will be there to support you and to revive you. Damn, this team is going big, Johnny.
Well, I mean, somehow they do bring Fraggy back and swing the numbers in their favor. 4 campers. I think the only thing that I'm worried about is the lack of utility, because you see the man that's close in the distance. He has a nice angle to work with as well and claims the finish of Dope. 4 campers. They might just close this match out with a chicken dinner. We are again at an even-Steven situation. It's a 3v3 between the two teams. And well, the flank from Z-Lord is just phenomenal. He has gained access of the circle as well. He's called his teammates to join him. But God's Omen, they have Zerif. And Zerif is not aware that 4 campers have moved in towards his right. A smoke lobbed out. He needs to get behind the deployable cover to try and make a play. Nuclear. Even he has a good position to just completely pin the players of God's Omen towards the edge of the circle. And it's stage 8. After this, the blue zone collapse will be on the players of God's Omen before it is on the players of 4 campers. And I think that is the exact moment 4 campers are waiting for.
Alright, this is going to be the perfect moment for them. Nuclear, the grenade could go big. Lobbing those grenades. Left, right, and center. Zerif eventually hiding inside the dip. The smoke will help you. Oh, Zerif got utilities though. 17 finishes. 1 grenade can also help you out though. Zerif, climbing on top of that temporary cover. Got the perfect angle, and Zerif will provide a lot of information. 2 more 30 seconds. That's it. The players of 4 campers eventually moving in, closing in. They are trying to squeeze into the circle, but 1 good molly, 1 good grenade will eventually wipe you out from the map. Not going to be an easy call at all. Lord, I think so. He might get spotted out, but the dip is good enough to provide him that cover. And that's going to be Zerif's grenade, though, who's created that dip. So, Lord is going to be very happy with that, though. Just 1 smoke and a molly to work with. Fraggy eventually got the perfect angle, so he can spot out. Oh, he did spot it out, 1 player. Now, this is completely onto him. Will he fire first, or will he move into the circle?
Well, let's see. Just a complete standstill, and now the utils, they're up in the air. Z-Lord, he has a nice little dip to work with, and Fraggy makes contact with a frag. That's the advantage for the players of 4 campers, and I think now it should be their game in a very comfortable manner, unless Anuj 2OP managed to catch one of the players off guard. Oh no, that's the finish. And even on the flank, Zerif has fallen. Anuj 2OP, last man surviving, spotted out. Z-Lord with the shotgun. That's going to be an easy finish. Goes for the spam with the M4, and it makes contact. And 4 campers, they have done it. They've closed out this match with a very big winner chicken dinner, denying God's Omen an opportunity to close or maybe build a safety net for that first position. I mean, God's Omen, I think they will have a leap, and they might just be on the first position in the overall leaderboard, maybe first or second, because 9mm also had a pretty brilliant game. But other than that, I think the one thing they needed was the chicken dinner, and that just was completely denied.
Yeah, by 4 campers, by the way. But we have been saying this from the day one itself, that 4 campers tend to play way more good comparatively to the other maps, especially in Rondo. They tend to showcase their true brilliance, and it's kind of valid that it eventually comes down to how much creative you are with the temporary covers, how much utilities you tend to have. If we compare it with Stoop, obviously Stoop, you're a fabulous player. You are in this particular event, you are doing a fabulous job. But the utility, advantageous situation, which they can put you in an advantageous situation where you can turn around and against game, like which is completely against you, into your favor. The way the 4 campers did that, because till the 6th stage, they had the control of the final circle, but the 7th stage, that was a curveball for them. And after that, they somehow managed to get onto the edge of the safe zone, and then we just saw what happened. They eventually stole the whole chicken dinner, and eventually the show, at least for the first map.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. They've kind of stolen the show over here. But again, I think they've woken up a little too late. 4 campers, had they been playing like this since day one, I think we would have seen them stand much better odds of winning this college campus tour. But on the last day, it's a brilliant start. But now I think all they can try to do is just make sure that they walk away with maximum prize money that they can, which possibly can just be a podium finish for them. but that climb to the first, it's going to be a tough one unless they win chicken dinner in every single game from here on out, just like this one. I do not see the odds in their favor. I think the best finish we can see for them is going to be a top 3 or maybe a top 4.
I think so, Johnny. Hopes are still high. Just play the best game, I think. So if you're just going to play like this, eventually you just end up in a very good spot. So this is a good leap. This is a good start. Now the question arises that Gojo, they played fabulously, end up on the second position, securing more than 15 finishes and 18 finishes, by the way. So now you know that yes, they will be in the first position, but the difference, how big it is. Because before this particular match started, both the teams eventually got 121 points, and if we do a clear, crystal, perfectly that match, it just sum up to what, 147 to 148 total points for the players of 9mm. It could be around that only, but the important factor is that Gojo be able to just hit that 150 mark, and will they be able to just secure and able to just create the gap for about, like, if we take a random number, 5 to 7 points, that's going to be a decent lead, because that can give you at least a good head start in the next map. That all right, we have to keep that lead till the end. Also, another point, Battlehawks, bad game for them. Unfortunately, the Fantastic Five, they end up on the receiving edge, as well as Endeavour Esports. What happened to these guys?
I have no idea what happened to Endeavour Esports. They were doing so well, and then they just got stuck in a cluster and just were completely wiped out in a matter of seconds. I think Endeavour Esports, they're still trying to be as aggressive as they were on day one. Which, I mean, personally, I'm not complaining. I love seeing the action from these guys, but it's not really working out too well for them. On the other side of things, we did speak about them a little bit earlier. 9mm Esports, still as impressive as always. It would have been nice to see them survive till the end game. I mean, we could have had a record-setting performance for this college campus tour, but 9mm Esports were taken out comparatively early, and I think they were able to finish 8th or 9th in overall.
9mm eventually, I think they got eliminated in the 11th position, Johnny.
Oh, alright.
Yeah. Around that only, because till that time, Mystical Wave was also there and WasTaken eventually just taking down good teams, and they were the reason why 9mm end up in a very dire situation though. But they tried actually good, because they got a lot of finishes. Yes, Abhinav is going to be the MVP, because 10 finishes and 63% contribution. That's a mad number. And I can clearly see this guy, he has a very, very bright future, man. Because once again, talk about 9mm Esports. First of all, they are representing GB Pant DSEU from North Zone. You're absolutely crazy in studies. You are crazy in the game as well. So I hope one day we'll see you in future, competing in those official events too. But for now, 4 campus, 27 points, stealing that limelight from Gojo, and 9mm eventually getting 16 total points. So the difference, Johnny, this is interesting, because the difference is of 7 points. So I was thinking 5 to 4 to 6 points, but they got one better. So all right, Gojo, good start.
Yeah, I mean, Gojo, a great start for them. Same goes for 9mm Esports, who are going to try to protect their lead till the end of the day. Endeavour Esports, now this might be a little bit of a follow for Endeavour Esports, because I think amongst the top 4, they're the team that has not done that great, along with W2R. They have 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars left, as we spoke about it, so it will be important for them to catch up. But I think overall leaderboard, once we have a look at the overall ranking, that's going to give us a much clearer picture as to what the story is like after Rondo is over. 144 for God's Omen, who are on the first position. 9mm Esports on the second with 137. 7 points separating the two sides. Endeavour Esports a little bit further behind, 16 points shy of 9mm Esports. So now Endeavour Esports and W2R, the work is cut out for them. WasTaken, they're going to be on the 5th. And as we were talking about 4 campers, they won the game, but still sit with 83 points on the 7th position. They can try to fight for the 3rd position now, but again, the first position, 144, 83 points. That's a big difference to cover up in just 5 matches.
Certainly, and God's Omen, once again, congratulations to these lads. The only team in this whole lobby were able to secure 106 points in just finishes. Desynx Esports and Mystical Wave. Now we got two teams. We got second dinner, but still on the second page. But all right, Desynx Esports not the best game because one of your star player eventually got knocked out and finished off in the early stage too quickly. That was not in the books. But fantastic 5 and Desynx Esports, just 1 point difference. Then we can clearly see OneShot dropping down to 65 points. And then the difference is quite big, 10 points. And then eventually NLS Esports on the with 42 total points on the 16th position. Now, Johnny, I think so 17 to 13 more points for the players of 4 Campus. I think so it's doable, right? In the next map, if you once again played a bit consistent, you can clearly hit the triple digit marker, and then you can clearly see yourself in the top 3. Yeah, that is possible. But for that, I think so Endeavour Esports, they should play bad. That is a positioning advantage which you have to create for yourself and try to hamper that team now.
Yeah, I think it's just become a question of who can be more consistent in the upcoming games.
True.
And as you mentioned, I think 16 points on the next Erangel, it's not that big of a task. It's a chicken dinner and just 6 eliminations, which you can easily secure towards the ending stages of the match. So 4 Campus, they can definitely try and fight it out to reach triple digits in the very next match. And if they succeed, then I think the odds for the top 3, for the top 2 that we're hoping for them, they definitely increase by quite a margin, and that is the one thing that 4 Campus need to focus on. But these are just theories. What's going to happen, only time will tell. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
All of the stakes, make no mistake. Either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late.
Unleashing madness with method. This is the biggest tournament in the history of BGMI. Raw power meets precision. So many days of sacrifices. Finally, this is the moment they had been waiting for a long, long time. Are you ready? champions.
Welcome back, gamers, to Krafton Esports College Campus Tour Championship. This is the final day. Now it's time for the second map of the day, as well as the first Erangel. Once again, I'm joined with Mr. I Super Johnny. And Johnny, we have created a lot of speculations and also kind of a different timeline that how 4 campus can be that team who can dethrone the team who is sitting on the 3rd position and to enter in the top 5, as well as we are also thinking that in this particular map, Team 9mm will bounce back again, because I really want to see if Abhinav would have survived, how many total finish he would have secured, because they end up a bit early.
Yeah, I think about like 14, 15 finishes maybe. I'm just gonna be hopeful over here that maybe he could have gotten like 15 solo eliminations on the map of Rondo. But then again, I think they did put an enough impact, the players of 9mm, just to not let God's Omen run away with the lead. The difference is just a measly 7 points, and they can easily catch up. But I think this Erangel now becomes important because the bonus factor that's there on Rondo has now been taken away, and now it's just standard battle royale that you have to play.
Just follow the simple rules, just drop, loot, and survive. And obviously, if anyone tried to just threaten you down, just shut him down. And the whole squad, NLS once again on the bottom of the page, but I'm expecting that they will perform good in this match. Fantastic 5, I always keep an eye on them. RaZr, they are looking good. Mystical Wave kind of showcase some good playstyle. W2R, by the way, they got lost in the sauce. They're gonna bounce back because I have high expectations from them. FRAG Esports, another team, got the promising lineup though, but unfortunately weren't able to just get as many points as they thought that they would have got in the previous map. But for now, Endeavour Esports going towards Severity, no contestation, no drop cards as such. Talbot and Kaminsky being secured by the players of OneShot. And an interesting part is that Yasnaya Polyana being taken down by 2 different teams. Where we can see Clutch Cord just drop around that prison area where you can easily get a vehicle, just get away from that position. But 9mm Esports, keep an eye on this team, ladies and gentlemen, because they are in a hot shot form. Abhinav alongside Dustin. Over the circle.
I mean, it's gonna be an interesting early game, nonetheless. I think the players from the side of RaZr, they should be celebrating ideally, but they're stuck towards the eastern open fields of Yasnaya, and they're not alone over there. That's going to be one point of concern. As you were talking about 9mm, look at them drop towards Ferry Pier. Now 9mm, for them, I think it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out. As we were talking about it, yes, incredible individual skills put on display by Abhinav today and Dustin in the last few days. But from here, 9mm, the ball is in their court. They can chase down God's Omen. God's Omen have been very shaky throughout their journey in this tournament. So the competition between these 2 teams is how things are going to work.
Very, very interesting game though. Because from the start of this particular event, we had an eye on this lineup, because this team, they got a lot of experience. The players they have they have played a lot of tournaments, by the way, individually and as a team. They have performed well in the previous tournaments too. But 9mm, they just came up as a surprise, and certainly gonna give credits to them that they are actually playing good. But there is a slight similarity between these 2 teams. The 9mm Esports, they are also from the North Zone. If we talk about the players from God's Omen, they are also from the North Zone. So just a state is just a fact, and that is right now the lobby is being dominated by the players as well as the teams who are from the north zone.
Well, let's see. Fantastic 5. Very split up and present all across school apartments in the surrounding village as well. This is good map control to start with for Fantastic 5, and considering we have Western Circle, not a lot of trouble for this squad in the early stages, but Fantastic 5, I think based on how they've been playing so far, their performance on the overall leaderboard, yeah, chances for them to finish at the top quite dire. I think the best, again, as we spoke about it, the best they can hope for is going to be a top 8 finish. On the other side, Team RaZr, early threat from them. Now the push is being made. It's being shoved upon them. Squad 15 making the pounce. Team RaZr, they were stuck outside the eastern edges of Yasnaya for the longest of time, so they are lacking a lot of loot.
Oh, it's very important to get some good loot out there before heading on to a fight. Because early fights, yeah, they will be kind of a reward for yourself. They can turn around to be a reward for yourself, but just have to be careful. An unnecessary fight can or might cost you some points, especially you could have secured those in the later stages. But this is a northeastern circle, so we can clearly see some of the teams have already started rotating. WasTaken is going to be one of them. In the previous maps, they played good. They were the reason why BGMI Esports eventually bited that dust. WasTaken, but once again, they could have secured some more points. It's going to be Chad and Rexy. Stoop also, he was the final lad, eventually got finished off by the players of Omen, because when he was just trying to rotate in the circle, he got spotted out by none other than Arto himself. And then that's the end. They end up in the top 3. So I just want them to replicate the same play. Mystical Wave on the other side, they had a good start in the previous map, secured what, like 7 to 6 total points from the previous map itself. But right now they are having a slow game. 1600 meters, not that big of a number, because you're already dropped towards the northern side of the map. So it's going to be an easy rotation for you guys.
Let's see, I mean, on paper it looks easy, but in execution it is going to be tough. And Mystical Wave, though, I think the one luxury that Mystical Wave have for themselves is like no pressure, right? You're already sitting dead second last in the overall leaderboard, which is basically dead last because the prize money is pretty much the same. So you have nothing to lose. I would have expected them to actually just go berserk on this entire lobby, starting from this Erangel and ending with the last Miramar. But talk about being berserk, Clutch God. Oh no, steps out to pick up a few magazines, to pick up a few rounds, and just get completely riddled with bullets. That's just, that has to be a panic-inducing moment.
It indeed, by the way. Kind of funny one for all the spectators out there, but for him, it's a jump scare, by the way. But I think so he's safe. He will heal himself up, so you'll be get back. So for now, it's nice and dandy for you. But Cook, level 1 helmet, a pump shotgun, 4 smokes, not even a single health utility. That is a problem though, but it's still the early stage. Team RaZr playing it slow. They know that the circle is already formed near the Yasnaya city. So you just have to play a little bit cool. Gojo, you got a lot of time to just hit some shots, but you don't want to, just reveal his position. He is on top of a building, trying to collect as much as information as he can. I'm broken. On the other side, oh, beautiful loadout. Level 3 vest, level 2 helmet, perfect M416 set it up, as well as an S12K. His teammate, Team Gojo's teammate, that's going to be I'm Broken. He got a good set. Oh, Dino talks even better. A level 3 helmet and AUG with a DBS. Damn, this team is stacked.
Yeah, pretty much. Now they have complete loot. They've been given enough time to find everything that they needed to gain the edge in the fight, but Gojo still looking for visual confirmation on the opponents. They need to be a little bit more cautious, I have to say. There's a team sitting in the northern apartments, and Gojo can be taken out if they find an angle. but I think they are also just completely tunnel visioned on the threat up ahead. On the other side towards Shelter, W2R Esports, a phenomenal run during day one. They were sitting on the first position in the overall leaderboard, but since then they've completely lost momentum and right now are sitting third, which is not really looking solid for them in any way.
Certainly not. But the circle is very annoying, Johnny. The circle is actually really annoying. Kamish, he is going to be a place where you can just try to make that as your secondary hot location. The southern side will be jam-packed, as well as the same thing for the western side. The northern side will be crystal clear. So teams like 4 Campus, I think so they will have a good time until unless teams like FRAG Esports, if they want to, they can try to hunt you down, but I don't think that's going to be a good plan, especially when you want to play a bit slow. Omen on the other side while rotating, some of the players trying to take some shots, but once again focused on that rotation path itself. 300 meters away, not that far behind. But where will Omen end up? That's going to be the question. Meanwhile, RaZr, one of your player, got knocked out by the players of Team Gojo. Once again, a stacked team, got a good set of loadout. It was have to happen though. But for now, Rulzbreakers pretty close. W2R on the other side, they also got peppered down, but oh, the spray. It was good. Got a knockdown though, but from a different angle. He got taken down by Noob. Endeavour Esports, but somehow they're also in this fight. You're fighting against the players of 9mm. And meanwhile, Rulzbreakers are also here. Oh my god, Johnny. This instantly got converted into a fourth party. And I am sure from nowhere, Gojo will also chime in. I am sure about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they should chime in. This has to be their opportunity to try and shut down the big threat. W2R Esports, they have lent a nice little helping hand for Omen to stay on the top of the leaderboard, and Dustin from the side of 9mm Esports can't do much about it. W2R on the hunt. They don't care that they are also losing players in tandem. They just want to keep on fighting. They just want to keep the pressure on.
It is just the waiting game once again. Fox, you lost him. Gojo, come on. You should be the first one to get a knock, and that's gonna be Sparrow going down against a shotgun. Gojo, a ricochet grenade, didn't connect that. Spots out a player, still cooking up that grenade, lobs it perfectly. Takes 2 players down with him. Now it's time for I'm Broken to fight back, but he will not. Gojo in panic, missing it. Another grenade though. He is cooking. Let this guy cook. Is this going to be a good dish? It certainly is. Gojo about to do a 1v4, Johnny. It is possible, Gojo. You're going to fight it out. You have to win this positioning. You have to win this fight. He is going all in. Heard the player healing. Instantly denies it. And that's a clutch by Gojo. He will be able to save out his teammate. That's going to be I'm Broken. And take his team out from this dire situation. What a fight.
Well, what an impressive fight. Somehow Rulzbreakers do manage to secure 3 eliminations. Playing late game rotation, stage 3 still in the blue. Not a lot of concern for them, but look towards the eastern edges. This is where things are getting out of control. Now the clusters are starting to form. Everyone wants to play for the shoreline and not enough breathing room left for teams to work with. And while all this is happening, let's see, NLS Esports also stuck in a corner. 3 teams around them. Your Frag Ninjas also surrounding. There's a squad in the back lines, but Frag Ninjas isolated players, so not a lot of problems for NLS to deal with, to be honest.
It's not though, yeah. But still, you have to be a bit cautious though. A radical decision might, just put you down and might end your misery out. But for now, it's just a waiting game. You can clearly see the players out. They won't be able to, just punish them because they got a solid cover. So as you, 15 teams, 49 players in the lobby. The stage 3 is closing in. Slash Bros on the other side. got knocked out by Runover. That's going to be Anuj 2, but he eventually securing that finish. Flawless on the other side. He's also trying to knock out a player. But I think so the distance is still quite a lot. And Arto, wait a minute. God's Omen. They are in a full-fledged fight. Battlehawks on the other side. One of the lad, he was stuck and eventually got eliminated. Locke and Yamraj. Again, these are the two players from Battlehawks who got eliminated this early.
Oh man, I mean, the one game where we are expecting God's Omen to actually do well. They're struggling. Battlehawks. Battlehawks have been kind of a team that everyone's been beating on since yesterday, so not a lot of hope for Battlehawks to finish on the podium. But hey, Endeavour Esports! What is going on? Endeavour Esports is completely annihilated on the 14th position. Not expected that from Endeavour Esports, and especially on the last day. This team was doing so well on the first 2 days of competition, and now on the last day is where they are struggling so much.
Bad thing for them. Endeavour Esports once again. Yesterday, they were the most dominant team. Still end up in the second position in the final map, but we thought that this could be the day, but I think so. Yeah, some bad moves, some wrong decisions, eventually costing you your major points, but Nuclear about to get wiped out. What this guy is doing? Hey, chill out, man. You have a lot of time to heal yourself. You got good smoke. You got a solid cover. I know you're just 55 meters away from the blue, but you still got 30 more seconds to work with. I think there's some panic. It's clearly visible for the players of 4 Campus. But once again, they just need a few points, 16 to 17 points, to get into that triple-digit mark. And if they enter, and if they be able to just get that number, and if they secure the chicken dinner, they might take down Endeavour Esports. Because guess what? The team who got eliminated recently was none other than 4 Campus competition, Endeavour Esports.
Well, oh well. Endeavour out of the way, more competition cleared up for God's Omen. Look at them circling like vultures on the southern edge. Looking for more information to work with. And even now, I think there's a little bit of uneasiness within the minds of God's Omen as to what they want to do, whether they actually want to commit for the fight. Now they have information on that flank as well, but they know that they are surrounded from the other directions, so they can't really commit to the action without having at least 2 knocks. And every single time they secure a knock, they do want to convert it into a finish. They want as much of an edge against 9mm as they want starting off in this Erangel itself.
Good start, that's what you want. 4 finishes already. Still trying to collect some major information. Got a good ground though. Kind of open from a lot of angles. So if any team decided to just slam in, or just, you know, made sure they just lob some grenades, so you might lose out 1 or 2 of your players. But for now, you're still safe. Zone is still closing in. One of the players, they are pretty close to you, but that's not going to be a problem though. God's Omen still looking stacked. Bit of a positioning advantage. It seems like Anuj and Arthur just wants to create that, circling out again and again. From FRAG on the other side. The spray could have been perfect by skill. A bit better though, but you still got 6 finishes playing on the edge. Knocked out another player. That's going to be I'm Broken. That's from Team Gojo. They almost survived that Yasnaya fight, but now they end up once again into the graveyard. Oh, Johnny, that's bad. 1 shot on the other side. They also got spotted out, but they got a good chunk of the map. Once again, Johnny, that's the advantage when you tend to play on the northern side of the maps.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you have that high ground, especially towards the terrain that we are in right now. And that high ground gives you a lot of vision to work with, but let's see, Team OneShot, they're using it to perfection as well, making sure that they are lining up those long distance sprays. And Dolphin has been very precise with these sprays as well, causing a lot of pressure upon the opponents. Circle shifts away 180 meters south for OneShot Esports to move. It's not going to be an easy distance from them to traverse, surrounded. Look at Battlehawks. Battlehawks are very far away from each other, and these players in these off positions can definitely cause a few off decisions to be forced from the side of OneShot Esports. But on the other side of things, Omen not looking to slow down. Another player knocked out, but now the pressure is upon them. Two teams looking to climb this hill. And Omen, they have to be the gatekeepers over here. A few shots onto Dope. Although he's still standing, needs to be cautious of the smoke.
Bit careful. That has to be your choice. That has to be your primary instinct. Nuclear. That's a lot of damage. Skell from distance. Still peppering down a lot of damage onto Lot 2. 4 campers. One of your players is already done. Nuclear about to go down. Lord on the other side also barely surviving. And yes, Nuclear eventually got knocked out. Skell escapes that position. Runs away towards his watchtower. Slams his vehicle. Tanked another bullet. But still he's surviving. And you clearly see Johnny. He can't get away without even just healing himself up. You have to heal yourself up and then you can take some good space. But Dolphin spots him out. It seems like Team OneShot, they were looking to create that watchtower as their hot location. But now you spotted out a player. You are a bit worried that there could be a team. But kudos to Inferno. 6 frags for this lad, man. I'm missing Abhinav play. But for now, at least Inferno is doing his job perfectly.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's been a phenomenal performance being delivered by the players of 9mm.
Slow game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a slow game for the next few moments, but let's see. I think now, unless you have cover, there's absolutely no need to fight. If you have cover, then just stay hidden if you're inside of the zone. But if you don't have cover, you are going to have to steal away a position from someone. But Omen, they've been struggling against this team, Desynx from the backlines. They found 2 knocks. Anuj 2OP with the nade gets the 3rd as well. And I think this could be the moment. Omen pushing for double digits elimination in this game. And it's just the halfway marker. It's just stage 5. They have 6 finishes already. From here, a top 3 finish is all they need.
That's it. That's going to be your first mark. That's going to be your set goal. Top 11. By the way, 11 teams in this lobby. The circle is not that far away. Anuj leading the pack. 30 meters. That's it. The number is still low. But you've got to deal out with 24 more players in the lobby. That's a bit problem. Omen pretty close. None other than W2R. One wrong move and you might lose out on your life. Oh, it seems like Anuj spots out the players. He knows where the players are of Desynx Esports. And that's not a good news though. But alright, they're still rotating. Warrior Path spots out Skell, who ran away, barely surviving. That's going to be from the Team 4 campus from GNITPST. The East Zone. Krish has been confirmed by none other than Dope. So Omen, they got another finish in their name.
It's been a great start to their journey throughout the day. I mean, the performance on Rondo, and now Erangel is looking even better. And they're not slowing down, man. Look at that finish feed. Anuj 2OP does not care at all. Zilal gets knocked, gets finished off. 7 eliminations on Anuj 2OP. The man is on fire. This is why during the officials I kept yelling, let my boy Anuj play. He's too good.
And now you can clearly see once you got the green signal, he is turning every single player red. And they are done. But he's still going on. 8 finishes, 90% contribution by the way, but there's just one player. And the circle is also favoring him. Abhinav on the other side goes down. So as well as the players of 9mm. And that could be the end for the players of 9mm. Not a good sign. Because Omen, they are ranking up. They are stacking these numbers. And on the other side, you are struggling. Omen looking hella strong right now, Johnny, but still got to deal with 8 more teams in the lobby. They won't go easy on you.
Well, they definitely won't. There's absolutely no need for them to go easy on anyone. And OneShot Esports, I think this performance on Erangel, it's one of the iconic ones from their side. We saw them play like this on day one, then there was a fall off, and now we're back at it again. Still controlling the northern edge to perfection. They've spotted out a team in the distance, secured a knock, but it will be difficult to find a finish conversion. And of course, they are running out of ammunition. They've been involved in so many fights. They've been fighting off at distance as well, so they haven't really gotten the opportunity to loot the crates of the players that they've taken out, which can turn out to be a problematic situation in the future. But I think problems right now for Fantastic 5. A player knocked out. Smokey wants to go for a revive, but doesn't really find the space. Lobs out a smoke. Now finally going for a revive. Needs to be cautioned about getting shot at. But the thread gets picked off by Rulzbreakers. Gojo gets finished off, and we are finally down to the top 8 teams of this game.
Final 8. And from them, it's going to be Fantastic 5. Just one finish in their name. Got a solid cover, though. This was a compound where they did almost a 1v3 last time in the Erangel, but this time they lost the compound now. Dope on the other side from Gojo and got knocked out. That's going to be BLD, Zip, and it's Esports. They're looking good. Remember, this is the only team who got just 47 points. And Anuj Chuopi goes down to Zip. Oh, opening things up. You gotta shut him down and Zip with another grenade eventually. I think so the problem for God's Omen is the grenades, Johnny. Because last time, they also got eliminated just because of those grenades in the final top 2 situation. And now the same thing is happening again against them.
Let's see. 7 teams remaining. And even now, OneShot Esports not slowing down. Fantastic 5. They have the line of fire. Why isn't he taking shots? Alright, he does not have ammunition to take those shots. Just 41 rounds in the magazine. Just 5 remaining after that. NLS Esports, nice cover for them to work with. Last player from the side of Gojo and in the backlines, and he's made it to the top 5 of this particular match. I think Gojo, and they are going to be celebrating the kind of performance they've managed to pull on this Erangel. They have a decent number of eliminations, and now they will be able to walk away with a decent number of placement points as well. We spoke about it. They just needed to finish on the podium. If 2 more teams get taken out, I think that mission will be a successful one in execution. And now they're just hoping for NLS and OneShot to fight it out.
That's it. Just hoping them to, just finish them off. Then you can go inside the circle though. OneShot spots out the player. Inferno already in a very good form. 7 finishes. Looks out the player. That's an empty vehicle. There are a lot of players inside the smoke. You have to deal with them. Dolphin with the grenade. Kid Code go big. Fantastic 5. Bambooey finally thought that he will move, but rammed his vehicle into that tree. Yeah, the vision is quite less, especially in that smoke. Once again, got out. Created some decent cover, burst out the tire. He's inside the circle. I don't think so this is a good decision to bursting out the rear tire this early, because you still got 5 more seconds to play with. What if the circle moves away? What if the circle leaves you? Fortunately it doesn't, but the OneShot Esports, they're also not leaving you. You got spotted out, so the probability of you going down is quite high.
Pretty much, as you mentioned, the probability of them going down is quite high, and they have to be cautious about it as well. NLS have good cover to work with. They see the players of OneShot Esports out into the open, and now they're just gonna claim these finishes. One player gets completely shut down. Thorfinn has a nade and a molly to work with as well, but the blue zone pressure, and of course they know that Zerif is still there lurking in the back lines, and they have to try and shut him out one way or the other. But Zerif is refusing to give up. 4 teams remaining. OneShot Esports, they have 10 eliminations. They're hoping for the chicken dinner, and LNS, they're forced out of their cover. Now they're finally out of utility.
Oof, Abe. Once again, flawless. The grenade is even big. Thorfinn, Path, every single one of them goes down. And this is your worst nightmare. That's it. Another team got eliminated. NLS Esports. That's the end for you guys. One shot making it big, making it huge. 12 finishes already. Abe eventually got knocked out, but still, you still got 2 players to work with. This is the final position. You gotta get this chicken in your favor. Dolphin hides behind that tree, completely unaware. The smoke dissipates, so Abe could get confirmed, but Flawless got spotted out instead, and now he is knocked out. It all comes down to one lad, and that's gonna be Dolphin. Will Rulzbreakers will be able to get this chicken? Johnny, we remember yesterday it was their chance when they gave away that chicken dinner. That was the biggest giveaway, but this time Dolphin fighting against all the odds, still managed to get a player down. Babu, don't do that again, guys. Please. This is your chance. It's a 1v2.
Yeah, this is their opportunity, and they seize it as well. Finally, the shutdown comes through. OneShot eliminated. Chicken dinner denied, but I think, again, out of all of the teams that made it to the top 4, only one team was the center of my attention, and that was the side of God's Omen. Zeref, he has done a phenomenal job helping his team secure a few extra placement points from this match. And considering that their main competition in the form of in the form of 9mm was taken out very early.
Yeah.
It gives them the edge that they were looking for. Before this game, there was a 7-point gap between the two teams, and now I think it is going to be double digits, about 12 to 13 points. I do not remember exactly how many finishes 9mm were able to claim in the early stages, but Anuj Stopi, he's been putting in a lot of work for his team, God's Omen, man.
He is certainly doing that, man. And if, you know, there's a reason he built that muscles to just lift his team up on his shoulders, right? We all know that. The reason is quite simple. But once again, jokes aside, a very good game for God's Omen, and this is just all about seizing the opportunity, right? It doesn't mean that, all right, your counterpart, they got eliminated. That doesn't mean that you're going to take things lightly. You certainly did not. This is the perfect time to capitalize on as many points as you can, and that's what God's Omen did. Eventually, once again, they're not in the top 2. Unfortunately, again, they lost that chicken dinner, and unfortunately, things completely went against them, but they still managed to rack up some of those finish points, and they will definitely help them, because this is their chance. And now, similar things can be said for the players of OneShot, 4 campers, eventually Rulzbreakers, because, yeah, we can clearly see you can't end up in the top 3. The difference is quite a lot, but once again, you can increase the chances of you guys are winning and getting a bigger prize pool than you can get where you are at this position. Because if you're on the 16th position, yes, you can get the 10k, once again, good amount, beautiful amount, but you can easily increase that by collecting some more points. So I think so these teams are just trying to do that, and I think so you called it for already in the start of the day, Johnny, because this is your perfect time to, you know, just outshine and get some easy chickens. But I would love to see the points difference between 4 campers, Endeavour Esports, and obviously W2R. Where are you guys now?
I think W2R has slipped up quite a lot since the start of the day today. And not just today, I think yesterday was the massive slip up from W2R, where they kind of gave away the first position to 9mm Esports, and now it's just going to be too difficult for them to catch up, for Endeavour Esports to also catch up. From when we started the day, the fight was between the top 4, now it's just between the top 2. Although, again, a chicken dinner in every single game, a big chicken dinner, 16 to 70 points every single game, can change that as well. Yeah. That is just a hypothetical, but I think we have the highlights of this match on our screens, and a lot of these teams, they're just playing the second fiddle now to God's Omen and to the side of 9mm Esports.
Johnny, this is the perfect time to just at least look at those teams who are unfortunately weren't able to, you know, just perform good in the previous 2 days, but now they are actually doing fabulous. Fantastic 5 unfortunately had a bad end. NLS Esports also, they tried good, end up in the top 3, still a good number to just work your way up. How many total points you got, that will totally sums up to the amount of finishes you, as well as the placement points you got. Inferno, by the way, 7 finishes. Abhinav unfortunately got eliminated in the previous matchup. We saw that he was able to get 10 total finishes, but right now it's going to be Inferno with 58% finish contribution, which is a very solid number. Now you just have to replicate it and just try to showcase the similar amount of competition in the next map. Then it's going to be a good shout for you guys. But for the time being, Johnny, yeah, Gojo, I think so. They are quite safe.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the safety net that they have managed to create for themselves, it can work out in their favor. And well, 9mm had no points from this game. Endeavour Esports had won. So that 7-point safety net turns into a 19-point safety net for God's Omen. It's closing in on that 20-point marker. And now the only thing that can save 9mm is a massive chicken dinner where God's Omen finishes off with no points.
You know what? When you don't have that vest and helmet, the damage reduction is 0. You will tend to receive true damage, and 9mm is going through that phase. Now they will have to, just jump and try to get a perfect game in the next map, and you just have to think that God's Omen, they should have a bad ending. 19 points difference. There is a possibility of 19 points difference between them and God's Omen. Let's take a look at the overall ranking, and yes, it is exactly beautiful positioning by Endeavour Esports, still on the 3rd position, but you can clearly see 4 Campus squeezing in, taking down WasTaken. Team RaZr, by the way, slipped up big time, and now the difference between 4 Campus and W2R is not that huge. 17 points, Johnny. Once again, you are on the same page, but if you take down W2R, the possibility will get bigger to take down Endeavour Esports too. 4 Campus, they are looking good.
Yeah, I think that is the one thing we spoke about 4 Campus, as they did quite well in the first match of the day, the first map of the day. That is what we were hoping for, that even in this Erangel, they are going to be consistent, and maybe we're going to see a new name join the race of the podium. 4 Campus, as you said, upcoming match, try your level best to take down Endeavour Esports and W2R, and they can definitely take the podium within the next game itself if they manage to secure a chicken dinner. But again, hope has been lost for these teams, 9-16. I think climbing to the podium, it is going to be a challenge. Maybe FRAG Nation Esports, a chicken dinner in the upcoming Erangel, can help them push for that top 3 bracket, but that chicken dinner also needs to be there with about 20 points on the board, and that is not an easy feat for them to execute.
It's certainly not. Another Erangel, it's going to be a good game though, but I really want Team RaZr to think twice, Team Endeavour Esports to think twice, and I think so the possibility of FRAG Nation Esports, as you just mentioned, right? Yeah, it's going to be a big jump, but still, you can manage. That is an imaginable spot. You are still on the 9th position. First page is not that far behind for you guys, so there is a possibility. But will they be able to bounce back in the next map? That's going to be the question, and we will answer that question after a very short break.
Tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it. I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem. You gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line. High risk. That's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back.
டேய் லெஃப்ட் ரா டேய் புஷ் பண்ணுங்கடா
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
ஐயோ மச்சான் ரிவைவ் பண்ணு
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
नो यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग
shoot guys மச்சா
क्या कर रहे हो यार
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்களால தான்டா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी
IPL champion of CSK.
மாஸ் மச்சான் ஐயோ தல
यस
येलो आर्मी ब्रो
சி லாங்குவேஜ் இல்ல CSK இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे बंदे बंदे
கம் ஆன் அவன சுடுங்கடா
come on man nice shot man well played guys
yeah
bro CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
now we don't need call outs just whistle podu
BGMI ஆடு விசில் போடு
Every legend starts somewhere. Unleashing madness with method.
this is the biggest tournament in the history of BGMI
Raw power meets precision. So many days of sacrifices. Finally, this is the moment they had been waiting for a long, long time. Are you ready to crown the champions?
XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, all facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the College Campus Tour Championship brought to you by Krafton India Esports. My name is Shivan Phoenixing, and now I am joined with Mr. Spartus. The Spartus, 2 games are completely over. Now we have left with the final 4 games, and this is going to be the final Erangel of this particular day. So it's going to be quite an interesting. We still got one more Erangel. This is going to be the second last Erangel. But the important factor is that the way the top 2 teams were playing, it was actually bonkers. But now Endeavour Esports, Mystical Wave, as well as we talk about OneShot, they finally got the advantage. But teams like W2R, they lost their sauce, and I think that momentum was very much important for this match.
I think that's a big surprise, to be honest, because the way W2R started this finals off on a high note, being the table toppers, they have great firepower, the rotation timing were clicking for them, but suddenly something happens on day 2, they start getting eliminated before the top 6 and top 8, and on day 3 the streak does not break even now, and it is the high time of the tournament. It is just 4 games remaining from here on, and you have to perform your best. But for teams like W2R, the victory is quite far off at this point. But if you look at the other teams, they are eyeing out to just have some better placements overall, so they can get a big chunk of that prize pool, because the top 2 and top 3, they are fighting among themselves, and the rest of the teams are always just playing the catch-up game.
To be honest, I think so. The thing is that the top 1 team, the number 1 team, 17 points difference, got Omen and the 9mm. It is still possible. It is still probable. It's like not that difficult. You can still get that in your favor, but the only problem is that you have to showcase one of the finest game of your life. And then at that particular time, you do have to expect that your opponent will play bad.
Like the way Gojo started overall, it was looking like they might be in a pool of 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, because they aren't being consistent enough in multiple of those maps, just getting few good games and then dipping down. But they were very quick in fixing all those mistakes, and now having 156 points already for them, like the only team who have crossed the 150 marker. It is crazy how well they have performed in the last 2 days. And then 9mm, nowhere to be seen in the first day. Second day, a miraculous performance, and now and kind of the favorites as well to win it out if they are able to hunt down God's Omen in the early phase of the game. But if you look at this Erangel, the flight path is even more annoying. Wow. I just want to see now how many teams are ready for the next zone, because they have already played this once, and now if they just take the permutation combinations, they can just stick to the similar power circle rotations and fix out the mistakes that they have done in the past. But as things stands, NLS, they are in a very bad spot. Always land in Lipovka, and always they are the ones who get hunt down. And this time from the backlines, it's a knock and a finish, and Ultron, he has been taken down as well. Parth trying all he could to make sure that he deals some damage, but nothing of some sort. He's just still trying to survive. Although his teammates have been revived with NLS, they are in a pretty bad spot. But similar things can be said for the other team. A drop clash is not looking good for them either. Wow. And squad elimination in the first stages. and it looks like there can be a next one as well, but I'm not sure why NLS took so much time. They already knocked 2 players in front of them. They exactly know where the players are positioned. They know the position of the third person who knocked and finished their teammate. So that is 3 out of 4 players being spotted. 2 of them are knocked. They could have just charged in, could have just taken those frags and maybe wipe off Fantastic 5 in the first advantage they created. But now they are in a stalemate situation. But now they are just waiting for the opponent to make a move. They're just holding up the ground and just peeking out, and I'm not sure what the tactical advantage they want to create from here on. Fantastic 5, they are not moving an inch. Everyone is just camping their bases.
The thing is, part is that they got the circle. You got the, I think so, trade. And that's why just waiting it out. But the problem is that there is a player who kept an eye on this fight from a very long time. He called out his team too. They got the height advantage. And you kind of locked in. You can't move towards the water areas because if you're trying to take a boat, yeah, that will create a lot of noise, as well as you might get spotted out and might get finished off. Other thing is, Fantastic 5. The grenade looking solid. Ah, that's just a smoke. Bamboo, he spots the player out. The S12K is going to be the perfect weapon. One pump and you are done. And yes, he did. Indeed, that's the advantage.
That's just a matter of timing, and they played it with patience. And now Fantastic 5, they have a numeric advantage against their opponents. They have lost one player, but it looks like things might turn out differently. The players have been tagged in and parked out wide in the open, and a spray from too far out. Roshan takes down another player and part. He cannot be revived at all. Will get finished off pretty easily. 3 finishes already for Fantastic 5, and team is looking like LHS. They might have to head out. This is last player Thorfinn, who is on the shore part, so he might play the hideous role since the zone is with them and will remain for maybe even the next 2 to 3 stages. So Thorfinn from NLS, he can just play the survival game from here on.
He has to. No other option left for this guy, man. And once again, it just made it that situation. The only problem is that you have to, you just try to leave a good impression, and unfortunately ending up on the receiving edge. So tend to just puts you in a spot where you're completely aware. But Fantastic 5, get ready for a jump scare now, because you already got set it up. Another team is looking out for your cops. They will try to hunt you down instantly. Rocky expecting some aggression, but for the time being, Battle Logs on the other side, they're just making sure that they are silent. Yeah, Thorfinn got spotted out. He could be a loot crate in just next 1 or 2 minutes. But Thorfinn proning down at the right nick of time. And this type of gameplay, man, pushes you to your limits.
Yep. But now, at the same time, there is yet another team. Battlehawks just waiting on the sidelines, waiting for some even action. And I'm not sure if Fantastic 5 got the entire information on them. They must have spotted some player or the other, but also they have to clear the back lines because this is Team RaZr on the shore already. And I think teams have learned from the previous game that the flight path, the circle, it's all the same. So let's play our odds. Maybe early rotate to the shoreline might give us the success that we were looking out for.
I think so. It's a very good plan.
I just want to see how much loot they have. Since it is still stage 1, teams have rotated quite early, but just look at Strange Forever. He didn't expect someone from that angle to spray him down, although the knock cannot be converted to a finish. But yeah, again, going to that same point, if you look at the medkits, he does not have any. One frag, one smoke, one molotov. That's all.
That's it, man. But I think it's good enough to at least hit down a team who's already trying to gatekeep for some another team, and that's just a matrix movement, though.
He's
Seems
dodging
like
all
a
the
movie's
bullets.
going on.
And now,
But just, yeah, man. Like, okay, it's like a collision of thoughts. Oh my god, the spray was good. Yamraj, one more bullet could have done the job, but he just only got 14 in the mag. That's it. And that's a problem.
he almost summoned Yamraj for his opponent right now. What a shot from Scarlet, but at the same time, if you look at his weaponry, just 14 bullets remaining in the chamber. That's it. After it, you have to use a UMP, and long range UMP, we all know how much of a bullet fall that weapon has. So, Yamraj, he has to rely on close range battles, and with the next 7, he has to be very precise, but RaZr just charging him out, and things are not looking good for him.
Oh, Yamraj, hiding behind that door. But you know that people can break that door eventually, and they might break your skulls too. But Yamraj eventually fought back. Out of a good fight, Team RaZr eventually lost one of their players. That's going to be Soak. The grenade. Smoke will help you out. The revival will go on. Another team just chimed in. That's going to be OneShot. The team who secured a previous chicken dinner. Oh my god, Lipovka. I don't think so that this city can handle this much of residents. I would love to see a full-fledged annihilation. For now, a lot of the players are already here. Almost like what, 5 teams in just one vicinity? That's crazy.
It all
Not
started
even the
with
final circle.
it was just the drop collision between two teams, and that's a very regular one. Both the teams love Lipovka. And LHS, and then alongside Fantastic 5, they always have the same thoughts. Lipovka has been the favorite. But then a third party from Battlelocks, and then the fourth one from RaZr, and now there is another team, OneShot. Everyone always just trying to hunt down the players, and all the teams have the similar idea. Take down the opponent squad. And this is a good change in the overall strategy, because yesterday, everyone was passive. Everyone was just playing for placement. But today they know that placement points are not going to clear the cutoff. You have to take your fights. You have to find these finish points so that you can level up your overall game.
And this is going to be crazy. I was not expecting this game to be start like this. And Spartans, this is such another team. Oh my god. Just bring the final circle here only, man. What else you want? I really want to see how the circle is forming. It is just going to be a call for our live production team. Can you guys show us the mini map? I just want our audience to see how this whole game is going on, how the map is just playing with these teams. Because once again, oh my god, look at this circle. 50% waters. It's a yin-yang situation right now, man. What?
It eventually it is. And everybody in the center, they're just trying to survive, whether it's good or bad for them. But I still believe Lipovka has 6 squads, if I'm not wrong. Like, if you count it out, yeah, there can be even more, since EE is moving towards that same squad. And Endeavour, they need to make sure they don't get eliminated while in mid of their rotation, since Endeavour is one of those squads who have a good chance in upping up their overall potential, since they are on 3rd spot right now. But in Lipovka, the battles, they won't stop, and every team who gets wiped out will be replaced by yet another rotating team.
This is bonkers, man. You can clearly see the finish feed is running. Meanwhile, wait a minute. Another team, TSX, they are fighting against the players of God's Omen, it seems. Yeah, it is God's Omen. They are fighting against the odds. They're fighting against the tides. They're completely out of the zone, and they're fighting near the shelter area. That's going to be Battlehawks, by the way, moving towards the Lipovka warehouses. A grenade could go big. Look, the grenade is decent enough, but still unable to find that knock. On their side, there's one team who's having a sweet time, man. Far away from all these ruckers, they're just having a sweet time, but I think so. That's the end. God's Omen secured 4 finishes in just one instance, and they are moving ahead. The difference was big, and now it has been solidified. A 17 points difference. has been increased to 21 total points, and they are still moving, they're still fighting, they're still surviving. But where the circle will go, if the circle takes a southern shift, this game is done. And if it moves toward the northern side, yes, get ready for some crazy action. In that situation, in both the situation, eventually, utilities are going to be your favorite thing and your best friends. Those throwables are very, very needed. If we talk about Fantastic 5, none. They don't even have a vest.
Things are just not going how Fantastic I thought they will end up. No matter what that, yep, the play zone is towards Lipovka. We will have a pretty relaxed time in keeping this ground up, having a loot on LHS, we'll clear them out eventually and things might go perfect. Little they know that everyone has the same idea. Everyone wants to move to Lipovka in the first stage itself, and now down to the third stage will get closed down in the next 15 seconds. There are still teams who are just sitting outside and waiting to see the finish feed and how many players have been eliminated so they can barge their way inside the zone.
As far as this is actually looking good. Problem is that the circle is still favoring them. It is another northern shift.
Or I would say centralized.
30% of the water is still inside the play, and yeah, it is kind of centralized shift, yeah. Although Roshan is there to survive and to revive his teammate. Still got one smoke to play with. Bamboo is providing that cover. Another team just chimed in. And oh, this is a wrong position to park your vehicle. Fantastic 5 spots them out. Meanwhile, Cook, he completely got cooked by none other than Endeavour Esports. They're fighting back. They're showcasing their skills. And they woke up at the right nick of time. Fantastic 5, not in a good spot. Roshan.
Oh, slam.
Grenade. Oh, that's a run over, by the way. A slammed in. Yeah,
oh.
That's it.
Mr. Bamboo Boy, he cannot do a thing there. He thought, yep, I have the flanked angle. I will pass on the information ahead. But then, slamming over left, right, and center. Now it's time for Team OneShot to face the same wrath because one more player gets taken down. It is all down to Abe and OneShot. They are just one shot away from elimination on the 11th spot. Abe, he needs to play the survivor role, but things are not easy. And Rulzbreakers, the winners of the last game, they are in the middle of everything, sitting in a compound without giving up with their positions.
Slow game, but now going towards a crazy end. Flawless eventually loses out at life.
W2R.
Strictly pushing in and crash. Yup, perfect jump shot. W2R fighting back. Took the warehouse control, got the circle, but you have to be careful. Another team just want to chime in, and that is none other than the players of 4 Campus. They are oh, they just moved in, and now they might go out too. Skull got knocked out. Nuclear reviving himself. Zord eventually utilizing those smoke. FRAG Esports from the distance, trying to shut them down. Rexy on the other side, false shot. Arcane got a surprise from the BGMI gods. That's going to be a fresh level 3 kit. Probably he has one, but Skull, yeah, you lost him.
Oh, there's nothing gonna work out. But now 4 Campus, they've already lost one player, but still trying to fight on ahead, and now just trying to revive the other players, just giving cover fire to each other. Rulzbreakers finally give up their slot. They're trying to just fight it on. 10 teams and 29 players standing. So many teams have lost individuals and duos left, right, and center, and everybody is still fighting Lipovka. And by the look of things, everyone is still going to find Lipovka until the 9th stage. It is just a matter of time before the finish phase starts to run even faster. And as I said, another grenade being lobbed, another player being knocked out. W2R, they are in the mix of this battle. They are just trying from the outside. But now Rulzbreakers, they're trying to close down the gap with the frag grenade. They want to steal down these finishes. The grenade will be lobbed in. Will it connect is the question. The Molotov does not find a connection, and now the other players just bleed out to death.
Crazy. A lot of fights, a single movement, multiple fights being panned out. And you're still not sure where the circle will move. You got a lot of competition to beat down, and you still are unaware about the possibilities. W2R, I think so they got the perfect position right now. You got the highway control, you got the warehouse in your control, you got some vehicles too, you got some decent loot out there. On the other side, Rulzbreakers, the team Oh, they got the chicken dinner, by the way. It was not OneShot. I have to correct my statement. It was Rulzbreakers. But now, I don't think so, Biscuit. That's going to be a good move going on top of the building. One good spray and you are done. Zeref on the other side got instantly knocked out. Dope. We all know how good he is with his grenades. Will he find a knock? Nah, misses it, Marks. Still got 5 more. But he was out in the open. Got spotted out, but none other than W2R, by the way. Tanked a lot of damage, still surviving. Will heal himself up. Will get back into the game. Another nade by Bro and Anuj falls. Now it all comes down to Dope. The final line of defense got spotted out. The spray was good, but not perfect. Still unable to find the knock. Eventually going down. 50% down already. Still fighting it out. Dope. Gonna play it out, and he certainly will. Gets a knock. But before he could have secured that finish, he got eliminated, and that's the end for Omen. 9mm and Endeavour Esports as well as W2R. That's the green signal. Go collect some points and topple them down, or maybe just get close to Omen.
But Endeavour, with the position they are in, they might even topple down the leaderboard holders right now, because they have 8 finishes already and the table topper have been eliminated on the 9th spot. But things just might turn differently right now. Another shot incoming, and Frag Ninjas out of the blue from the seashore. They are fighting it out, but again going back to the Endeavour, they have 8 finishes and they are just playing it passive. They are playing for the chicken from here on, because they know so many teams, they are just going to fight among themselves and might get eliminated. And W2R, they want some finishes for themselves too. Another knock coming in their way now, going in for the finish, just waiting to spot the other teammates. But little they know, they have been surrounded from multiple angles. They need to be very careful before making a move.
Yeah. Just have to be a bit careful though. You still got 1 more minute to play around. You still got 1 more minute to think and to understand where the circle might go. If it favors you, then just hold your grounds. That's it. W2R Esports, once again, they are back in this game. Top 8. Still, you have to move into the top 4 if you want to collect as many points as you want to. Remember, your competition is 9mm and then Endeavour Esports. Then it all comes down to you. Frag Ninja Esports, one of their players was utilizing that sniper beautifully, man. Loved it. Arcane controlling the edges. Technically, if the circle moves towards the eastern side or probably the southern side, it's Frag Ninja's gameplay. This has to be their game. They can't lose this one. But we have to wait for 20 more seconds. Is this going to be a water circle, or the BGMI gods will help the players who are on the land to survive, to thrive, and to fight it out in the houses, in the apartments, in these clustered situations? 2 more seconds, and the circle, it is
Stays
a
the same.
central shift. A bit northern favored, but still a central one.
It's favoring the compounds right now. So every team who was holding the compound, they don't have to move an inch. Except for a few who might have to change the rooms they are camping. But now, Endeavour, they find yet another knock. This might be the 10th one they are looking out for. Yeah, 9th knock on their side. And they are all 4 players healthy. So things are just looking even better for Endeavour from here on. They have like somewhat around 127 points overall. Or 122 to be precise. 156 is what they are aiming for the top position of Omen. But 9mm on 137. That will be the first target Endeavour wants to achieve. But Frag Ninjas, they spot NLS, and they were the first team who seen 3 players getting eliminated from the game. And they are still standing in the top 8.
Spartans, this is going to be one of the best games right now. Because Endeavour Esports, their backlines is clear. They just need to focus on their sidelines. And if they be able to clear out their sidelines, this has to be their game, because you know the compounds, they're almost done. Gotland has been spotted out, but Gulu found another opening, and that is a good point though. Because Endeavour Esports, your opponents are fighting against each other. So kinda it's helping you, but the only problem is you guys are already surrounded. Biscuits falls short. That's going to be W2R Krish once again doing his job. Frag Ninja Esports. RaZr, he stole it! No way! How he found that angle? That's going to be an interesting thing to say. I would love to see if our, highlights covered that. Because he's so far away from the pack and he still managed to steal that away. That's nasty, man.
But now we are down to the top 5 teams, and slowly and steadily W2R and Endeavour, they have to get into even more battle, and this match is more important for both the sides. Because W2R, they are still on the 4th spot, but with just 109 points. So that is something that they need to be very, very off. Endeavour on the other side, looking for the 10th finish. And if they play it like this in the next 1 to 2 or more minutes, they might be able to grab even more frags. 17 players remaining with the top 5 teams. A grenade onto the face, and this is done. Babu will find the frag, and yep, Endeavour lose out on the first player.
Can't just give away on your best player, the frag fest. He was on a rampage mood. Endeavour got to work your way up, which is 3 players now. Rulzbreakers. Oh, the molly could be big. Endeavour Esports. I think so. Your teammate, he might get burnt out live. And Rulzbreakers. Oh, it's a good setup, but I think so. They should just focus on one compound first. You are just all right. I like the idea though. You're targeting multiple compounds at the same time, but just focus on one compound. Target multiple angles of that compound, and then you will be able to get at least one knock. That is called focusing and terminating your player. It's very simple. Divide the portions and try to take down a player. But Godlin, he's just one step ahead. He got out of the compound. He was like,
yeah, like that, I'm out.
You're gonna throw the grenades in? Yeah, I'm out.
Not here to deal with all that stuff. And although despite all this, he still has to face a molly on his face. Rulzbreakers, they are just barging with the grenades. Another one in the face of Godlin. It might bounce back on his way. No chip damage done. Yeah, he's taking no risk.
Look at him, man. His whole team is doing that. He was like, yeah, guys, it's working. Do the same thing. Oh, smart player. But nah, if you are out, you are a bit susceptible from the outside teams. And that's why Star got knocked out, though. Godlin found a house 5 meters away from the blue. And oh, this is a solid compound to play around. And he might go on top of the building. Good decision, though.
And if the backlines are clear, the high angle from the compound will work definitely in his favor. And right now, it is the backlines that are clear. Babu, he knocked and finished one of the teammates from Endeavour with a frag grenade, and now he might have to go for the same fate. He has been spotted. And now another grenade might turn things around. He has almost been there, but Endeavour, they have been chipped down from some other team. So Rulzbreakers, they have a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, they indeed. They got some cover from a different team. And once again, guess what? Which team is that? FRAG Esports. Unknowingly helping out and eventually on purpose stealing those finishes. So FRAG Esports, look at the spread by these guys. And we have been talking about them. Their only kryptonite has to be the W2K because they got the warehouse. And we all know in Lipovka, yes, compounds are solid, compounds are good. But Lipovka, the warehouses are going to be your best friend. Godlin, the molly could have been a bit better though. Oh, the damage is good. But it's not from your side, it's from your opponent. Spotted out the players and Rulzbreakers trying to target. You can't. This is a fact written on the holy tomb. And you can't challenge the players who are in the warehouse from distance. You have to slam in. You have to go inside the warehouse to challenge the player who are staying in those compounds. So, that's a rule you have to follow. And Chris, just look at him. From warehouse only, he knocked out another player. But now he got knocked out. Good one.
Just going back and forth at this point. And now Endeavour, they need to be very clever in the decision making they take. How are you going to survive this small urban circle? So many compounds to deal with, and now you have to move out of the play zone. Because now the next zone has shifted to the southern side, which is wide open, and that too on the roads region as well. So plain path where there is no hard cover around you. So there are a lot of things that have to be calculated by Endeavour, because this match matters a lot for them, and similar things can be said for W2R as well.
Yeah, I totally did. Because once again, they were not in form in the first 2 maps, but now they are, at least in this Erangel. 15 meters is going to be the number for WasTaken. Stoop, 2 smoke grenade. He got 1 plane killer, switching up his weapon to S12K, the perfect one for now. Play zone is also closing in. You still got 1 minute left. But the play zone will force you to close in the distance. The top 5 situation. Babu, just 1 grenade. I think so that's going to be enough. And Endeavour Esports also, they still got to move inside the circle. Yeah, Godlin, got knocked out from the blue itself and got confirmed with Noob. Eventually, Babu's grenade work, and that's the end for Endeavour Esports. W2K could be the next team. WasTaken, a team who is on the 6th spot in the overall ranking, looking forward to at least secure a better positioning. And look at the amount of smokes they have. W2R 6 in the hands of HipGod, 4 for Kyanch, 10 total, and they are still utilizing some of them, creating the big wall of smoke.
Now Krish, he finds the knock as well. Everything is going in their favor. Slowly and steadily, they are finding the frag, but now Biscuit has to jump down, but I think the play zone will do enough damage for him to get taken down. And yep, 4 Wings Biscuit is down on the ground, and I still believe that it will be very less probability of him getting a revive from here on. The final zone is going to be very punishing. They're trying to get a revive, but W2R firing in all cylinders, secures a frag though. But that's about it. Another grenade finds 2 more for success. Make it to 11.
FRAG Esports is going to be the next team. WasTaken spots the player out, but he got instantly annihilated. And we were expecting this fight to happen. These two teams, they are the only kryptonites of each other. W2R and FRAG Esports. This game once again slips down to the final stage. 9th zone it is. Smoke wall all across the whole map. 4 versus 3 situation. FRAG Esports, come on, you guys gotta get in. And yeah, Luffy opens things up. Got a knock. A run over is required, but you missed it. Walker on the other side. That's gonna be a free finish for him. Now it all comes down to the final lad of W2R, Krish himself.
Things are looking good for them. They might lose out on the extra 4 points that they were eyeing out for with the winner chicken dinner, but as things stands, a 1v3, a smoke wall in front of them. But the spam, the position, everything is in favor of FRAG Esports. Another grenade from Krish though takes on 1 player. And now Krish, he's taking the matter in his own hands, finds yet another knock. This could be it. FRAG they get dealt with. It is W2R with just 1 player standing. Tried to turn things around. Oh, but the last frag, just 1 blow, it was down to a 1v3. Could have turned things, but FRAG the team who were on the 9th spot, clinch the chicken dinner.
Congratulations to the lad of FRAG Esports, man. What a dire situation, but kind of we called it right a bit early when we saw the 4th stage itself, and I can clearly see the emotions, man. It is pretty visible, but alright, a good game by these lads. And FRAG Esports, they are from the Central Institute of Technology from the East Zone. Congratulations for this victory, because I think so this will definitely turn things around. It will definitely give you a good push in the overall ranking, as well as there's a possibility that you might end up getting good amount of money after the whole event got wrapped up, because once again you got some good points. But nice try by the players of W2R. Endeavour Esports showcased some good dominance. Rulzbreakers eventually had a very long fight against Endeavour Esports. I think so they could have wrapped it up a bit earlier if they would have secured some grenades for at least 1 to 2 compounds, because once they thought that alright, we're gonna pin these players down, at that moment Godlin and the whole squad got out of the compound, and then they were pretty safe. You're just baiting out those utilities. But nonetheless, a good game though, but a bad ending for God's Omen.
Yes, and I think that will be really good for on the perspective of W2R overall, because they are a team who still have a chance to going to the first, but for that their opponents, the 2 teams 9mm and God's Omen, they need to have a bad game somewhere around in 3 to 4 points at the maximum. And I believe this is one of those games where W2R were eyeing out for. They finished 2nd, but they do have enough finish points to have a big leap overall in the terms of leaderboard.
Now it all comes down to the final few moments, right, Wallace? And I really hope these final 3 maps will eventually, just has to be a nail biter. The team should focus on those nail biting performance eventually, because once again it's just all about the 2 lakh rupees. God's Omen giving you an open way. Now let's take a look at the highlights of this particular match. It started on Lipovka only and ended at Lipovka, because every single fight happened in Lipovka.
I believe this is the only time that something like this has been witnessed. Like, it is a very rare sight that you start a game, you focus on the team on Lipovka, and until the very end of the game you are focusing on the teams in Lipovka. Like, you don't have time to even go somewhere else, because every second there were new squads barging into that area, just getting those frag after frags, and where teams thought that it might be an easy chance to rotate out earlier, everyone had the same idea, and it all turned down to who got the better gun power.
Yeah, it did. Indeed, man. And the circle forces you to just move towards the safe area though, and you gotta. And RaZr, man, beautiful shot by that LMG. Loved it. But this was one of the best grenade, and then after that, Endeavour Esports eventually got taken down. And yeah, FRAG Esports Walker actually walked out from that path to take down that player, which is passing onto him. Krish almost made it possible, but once again, it was just all comes down to Luffy. He was the one, he opened things up with that grenade in this 4v3 fight and ended up getting the MVP 6 finishes for this lad, 60% contribution. So that's a very good number for this guy. And FRAG Esports, all right, a good double digit. I think so they, got 19 to 20 points from this game. Good number.
Yeah, and I think this will be definitely enough for them to have a good jump overall from the 9th position to maybe in the top 6 from here on. And that jump is going to be quite crucial since the prize pool depends a lot on these scenarios. So they are still hanging out for that. Although winning the tournament is entirely will not be the case with how their previous 2 days have gone. But the overall standings will have something changing in the structure. Although if you talk about this match, I'm still waiting on how many points that Endeavour was able to secure and Team W2R was able to find. It is 20 for FRAG Ninjas, 18 for W2R, and 12 for Endeavour. Not the big leap that they were hoping for.
But I think so at least something is better than nothing, right?
Yep.
About 9mm, 0 points again. They end up too early. I don't know what's happening. Sometimes it's Endeavour Esports on the receiving end. Sometimes it's 9mm on the other side. If we talk about Gojo, Omen still managed to get 5 points. RaZr eventually managed to squeeze out 6 total points from this lad, from this team though. WT 8 total points for them too. So I think so they will still remain on the first page itself. But oh, Campus, you got a good rotation, man, but you still end up securing 0 points.
A bit unfortunate, but now the overall standings, 161 points for God's Omen, 9mm 137 and then 134 for Endeavour. W2R on 127, and these teams are fighting among themselves, but now FRAG Ninjas making their way for the first time in the top 5.
24-point difference, by the way, between God's Omen and 9mm Esports. The reason is they end up securing 0, but now Endeavour Esports were W2R and FRAG Ninja, as you just mentioned, right, into the first space, securing 2 chicken dinners. Endeavour, come on, you gotta get up, you gotta get that chicken. You guys are completely losing it out. WasTaken once again 5 points away from that triple digit. 4 Campus slipped out big time. But now I think so the competition is between the 2nd, 3rd and the 4th and the 5th team, that who is going to be in the top top 2nd and the 3rd position, and God's Omen in a very solid spot though. 24 points is a huge number.
That's indeed true, but at the same time, God's Omen cannot get complacent from here on. There are still 3 more maps to be played, and with a difference of just 24 points, it is still not enough to solidify their championship title right now. Because at this stage, with just 24-point difference, if 9mm is able to get a 20-pointer or even a 22, 24-pointer in the upcoming matches, things might turn out different. Similar things can be said for Endeavour. So God's Omen, even they need to be on their toes. They have to make sure that they don't get eliminated early.
Yeah, that is going to be a point in every single game. If you end up in the top 10 by securing like what 4 to 5 points per game,
yes,
then it's going to be a bit of a situation where you find yourself all right. There is a possibility that one team try to just dethrone us, but one good game, and if you're able to get what 15 points, yeah, that's good enough. 16 points is going to be the perfect number. 40 total points in total, including the number you just had in this particular game. So would love to see how the final 3 maps will pan out. We'll bring the final Erangel after a very short break.
For my mama and my pops, I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I said these hands, they prepared to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was there for your friends. They my fans. Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team will do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene. Massacre, as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf and manifest scratch that. I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete. I'm not in the class with earth. My boys are down the ball. If I say the word, the team is down the hall. If I call the third, I snap and best believe that a massacre.
XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. Fall back, hold our ground where we at. Yeah, no lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back.
भाई कुत्ते गए अबे अमर जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल
टिकट 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 दादा लावे टिकट कदा है
আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো
করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत KKR ऑन रिपीट
नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
KKR का swag now in battleground
आमी कॉन्करर
आमी केकेआर
Welcome back everyone, right after a very short break to Krafton India Esports College Campus Tour Championship and the final day at the Grand Finals. 3 matches have already been done and now it is time for the one final Erangel. Teams have faced a hardship zone and all the battles were favored in the area of Lipovka. The distance between the teams have closed down by a big margin, but God's Omen, they are still leading the charge, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, God's Omen, they have a nice little safety net to work with, and it's quite wonderful to see this team sort of come together at the start of this grand finals. They were playing very solid, but now it seems like the perfection, the cleanliness that we wanted to see from their gameplay is definitely there. A little bit more proactive in fights, their fighting prowess put on display. They have a lot of elimination points, but now they're being consistent with their placements as well. Although,
yes.
I think as you guys were talking about it, Frag Ninjas, we did not see them slip inside of the top 5 now that they're here. 3 matches to go. If they can secure another big chicken dinner, the probability for top 3 goes up. Let's see how it turns out for them.
Yeah, it is definitely one of those interesting points right now. But on the side things, W2R have found their form back again.
Yeah.
They finished in the top 2 and only if the zone was in their favor, they might even clinch the chicken dinner. The last player definitely almost was on the verge of a 1v3 clutch, but things did not work out as he thought it would. But it was nice seeing W2R back in the form. And now the distance between second and third is barely down to 3 points. It is 137 against 134. So both the teams have quite a narrow competition going into the final Erangel.
Pretty much, as you mentioned, the competition is quite narrow. It's going to be intense. And I mean, as we talk about it, just 3 more maps remaining before we find our champions for this college campus tour by Krafton India Esports. And with that being said, I think it's time to jump into the next game, match number 16 of the grand finals, the map of Erangel once again on our screens, and this time we have a very centric flight path starting from the northern edges of Severny, and even though it leans heavily towards, not heavily but slightly towards the western half of the map, I think even primary location towards the east like Yasnaya and Milta are going to be accessible. All depends on whether the teams can find those vehicles early or not. On the other side of things, Endeavour Esports, we know they start the journey on Erangel from Severny. It's an easy drop for them, but OneShot Esports, who have been quite stubborn in starting from Stalber Kamishki Hill, this time are going to be forced into an off drop, and they've chosen to go for the George Pole area.
Let's see how well Gojo treats them right now. But the best part is there is no more fight in the area of Lipovka. We saw so many of them in the last match, and this time it is completely away from that region. So journalists just want to see how teams like LHS are going to find their way out, since that is their preferred area. But yep, everyone just trying something different. RaZr going somewhere around in the Yasnaya region, trying to find some vehicles for the rotations early on. As things stand, there might be a drop clash in the Georgia compounds as well, Johnny.
Well, let's see. I mean, we have had very annoying circles on Erangels today, all of them towards the eastern side. This one as well, a hybrid one. But I think the inclination is clear. We might just see a shift towards the military island, forcing early rotations from a lot of these teams. And there's a massive cluster just north of the military bridge, well, south of Pachinki to be a little bit more precise. 3 teams dropping in the middle of nowhere might result in those early fights for the vehicles. But OneShot Esports, they know there are squads waiting for them on the other side of the river. And they have to be very swift in going about their loot.
Yep, 2 players have already been taken down in this game as well. And both have been ran over, so pretty rough start for some of the players where they wanted to drop in some other regions, try to find a vehicle and get slammed. And now that is going to be pretty difficult for the entire team to move on. But as for the Gojo compounds that we were looking out for, there's not as such fights, but all the teams who have taken the northern drop, they need to be very quick on the toes in the terms of looting and grabbing a vehicle. Since even yesterday when we saw military compound, there were at least 2 teams who tried to zone camp, or rather bridge camp, their areas and were quite successful in that.
Well, as you mentioned, it did work out for them earlier, but it's a different game, so they do have to be a little bit more precise and a little bit more caution. OneShot Esports, they had a phenomenal time yesterday. Today, a little bit on the slower front. And I think even though we've seen a lot of aggression from the side of OneShot Esports in the past, things have definitely changed from day 1 till now. WasTaken on our screens, another team that has been struggling so far, but playing from again the northern parts of the map. I think they should be safe for the next few moments. Present towards RaZr, not a lot of teams over there.
Yeah, a pretty safe route to the looting areas. Rexy Live, he was definitely one of those players who have shown some individual glimpses of getting into 1v2 scenarios, coming out on top, taking both the players in just one single spray with the UMP yesterday in the map of Miramar. So he has showcased that he got the firepower, but as a team, WasTaken are still struggling. But someone who is struggling as well is Team BHS. Although this time around they find a knock and a finish on top of it. So Battlehawks against Mystical Waves have already been started, and Reflex Bro have been eliminated in this 4v4.
Oh, that's a quick wipe coming through. But again, more players left. On the other side, Alpha, he's been shut down completely by the players of Desynx Esports. So again, a few teams that were playing well for themselves now finally unable to deal with the pressure, unable to deal with the pace of play, as a lot of these teams realize now with nothing left to lose, they have the luxury to just go all out, just take the fights head on, and Mystical Waves is definitely one of those names. Reflex already shut down, Virus also picked off, and now Battlehawks are making this bounce. A spray from Speed picks off one, but the second player, Yamraj, has managed to close in a lot of distance. And Speed, oh no, that's a very bad angle to try and lob the nade from. He gets completely picked off.
Flash, he has to be the savior for his team now, but he has a decision to make. How do you approach the revival of your team? Because Battlehawks, they are eyeing out for everyone. They have a good angle, but now Virus, he is in a safe spot, so Slash will be able to reach out to him and get the revival done. But Battlehawks, they might not even let that happen, because they are trying to close down the distance, and if they do it, a 4v2 will always favor them.
Pretty much. And Mystical Wave, I spoke about this with Sivanch as well a few moments ago, that Mystical Wave was phenomenal on day 1. They were able to secure a chicken dinner. But since then, the performance has just, well, been very, very underwhelming. And even now it continues. Now they can take the damage from the blue. It's just stage 1, so it's not going to be a big concern for them. But they are outnumbered against the players of Battlehawks. And that is going to be something of a concern. 2 versus 4, as we mentioned. They have vision. They have some utility to work with, but all of it needs to be very precise. All the util needs to connect exactly at the right time. Otherwise, this is a fight that they've already lost, pretty much.
And now Lark, throwing that first Molotov, trying to narrow down the players. They have spotted where one player is. Now Slash, he is a player unknown. They are trying to close down the cap, and there might be awareness about him as well. A perfect frag grenade. Now Virus, he's the last player standing, but for how long is the question? He has a DPS in his hands, trying to find the knock. He just cannot deliver the blow. Trying to switch around, but a frag grenade will do the job. Perfectly well done by Battlehawks without losing a single player. They have a squad elimination on their end.
That was very clean, as you mentioned. Did not lose a single player, and yet they found that full squad wipe. What a phenomenal performance coming through. Desynx on the other side, control of the military base very early. Still circling, looking for opponents, making sure that they have enough room to work with for the later stages. Now on zoom, sir, he's been spotted out. The buggy stops on the slope, taking shots. Broken does manage to evade the pressure, but Team Gojo now, they have to be cautious. They know where the threat is coming from.
And Desynx, it is one of those squads who, again, are in the zone of we have nothing to lose. Because Desynx, they have a decent game here and there, but if you talk about the overall standings, they are on the second page itself, on the 12th spot. So if they want, they can go all out and try to secure as many finishes as possible and try their way up to the top 8. But now on the other side, it is Endeavour. And Gullu OP, he's trying to close down the gap, but the weaponry of choice is kind of lacking. A DP with the S12K, not the best weapon when it comes down to spraying down the vehicles.
Pretty much, and Endeavour Esports, I think I like the position for the observatory. I've spoken about it multiple times, but the only problem is that you run out of utility. Not if the other lads, the players from WasTaken, bring the utility with them, and this has to be a fight that Endeavour Esports need to win. They do trade out 1 for 1. Godlin now needs to chime in. His teammates are bleeding out on the edge. He has utility to work with, finds the second knock in the fight, but a little too much pressure on the players of Endeavour Esports from the flank. Could be the reason they end up losing. He's looking for the finish confirmation, takes down one more. Now there's one more man left on the sidelines, and Godlin, he finishes him off. A 1v3 pulled to perfection. They lost 2 players in that fight, but at least Godlin found those extra picks. But Desynx Esports, there was no perfect time to go for a third party better than this. They should make the pounds. They should not let Endeavour Esports get a reset.
They have let them have a reset now, Johnny. A 3v2 and Desynx, they have seen the players, they have spotted them out, but they don't have intentions of closing down the gap. Not sure what they are trying to do from here, because they are fighting in the different aspect of the venue, but not towards observatory, because that might have been the play. Right now, they're trying to just fall back, maybe move towards the compound and have a safer route for the later stages of the game. They already have 4 finishes in their side, and if they can make it to maybe into double digits, because they have a decent start, things might work out and make them enter the first page of the leaderboard.
That's what they're hoping for, I believe. And it's going to be interesting to see how much further can they take this. God's Omen this time taking things a little bit slow. Now hesitant as they realize that they can slip away. They can lose their first position.
Wow. A perfect 4x spray. Thorfinn didn't even realize that he was getting shot down before he got knocked. And now God's Omen, already 3 players strong, but they have to just cross the bridge, which is not going to be an easy task. They have been surrounded from multiple teams, and Battlehawks are one of the teams who are rotating out, but God's Omen, they need to have a decision here on, because this is a stage where rotations matter a lot, and closing towards the military region is never an easy task.
Yeah, it's not, especially in the late game. You can expect the gatekeepers to be there on the bridges, and I think God's Omen in a few moments, they are going to start to panic about it. They've built a nice little advantage to work with on the overall leaderboard, but they can't let it slip, as we spoke. NLS spotted out, but no shots being taken, no angles, no visual confirmation, no line of fire available for the players of God's Omen. A few pixels spotted by Unus2OP, but here is the threat from the backlines, the players from OneShot Esports. And Zeref, he's heard the cues, he's heard the vehicle. Can they actually charge towards the fight? They need an opening knock in this one. The numbers are stacked against God's Omen.
But the vehicles, they're just charging against them, and now this 2+2 split. Things are just not looking that good for God's Omen, and we still have 14 teams standing. So if God's Omen get eliminated here, the battle for the championship will get wide open since 9mm and Endeavour, they will have a good chance in toppling the table toppers. But as things stands, everyone is just trying to play it safe. Fantastic 5 inside the water, but gets spotted, gets taken down. A perfect spray, but as well as there is Team RaZr who have engaged into yet another battle.
And Team RaZr this time taking on the players of Team Gojo. Clutch God, he saw the man. The nade was a little bit late. That was a risky move from Clutch God, and now he gets taken out. The punish is there, and Team RaZr also on the verge of getting completely wiped from this match. They're down to the last player, but so is Team Gojo. And you have Frag Ninjas in the distance in the back, and not really getting involved in the action. Just giving space to both these teams to fight it out amongst themselves. Team RaZr, they are trying to reset, but a single nade from Broken can actually finish off Clutch God and Anshu over here.
And vice versa as well, because if Anshu has some utilities from Clutch God, yep, he got the frag grenade. Let's see if he's able to just dink it over the ridge. Has timed it well, but will he find a contact? The answer is no. Now a lot of smokes in their faces. A 2v3 I believe they have to deal with now. Players are all low on HP, so even a small impact can turn things around. Gojo has not healed back up, and Anshu is closing down the gap pretty quickly. Things are just looking like RaZr have an upper hand in this battle. Collecting utilities in the way out, and now with 5 more grenades, RaZr, they still stand a chance to wiping Team Gojo from this area. Another frag grenade lobbed in, but too far out for any connection, and now they're trying to just bombard their opponents.
They're lucky they found those 3 nades, but they're very unlucky because they can't seem to find contact with the utility, and it's just being dumped to no avail. 3 versus 2, the reset from the players of Team Gojo was very impressive. They have the luxury of just choosing to charge forward face first into the players of Team RaZr, and Anshu, he gets spotted out as well. The shotgun in the hands of Gojo, a big threat, but he's still looking for the nade, and this one should make contact. HP bars chipped away, barely any HP remaining on the 2 players from the side of Team RaZr, and this should help them secure a knock. 1 more nade. At this point, I think you should just charge forward with your weapons. The utility is being wasted. Anshu does get knocked out. Clutch God in the backlines does not have any heals, and well, Gojo just completely ignores him.
Nah, Clutch God, he is just done here. A lot of opponents in front of him, and all he has is just a UMP to deal with them. No healings remain, no grenades remain. He has to rely on the firepower if he wants to survive from here, but things just are not looking good enough. Clutch God, although he's trying all he can, trying to play it safe, trying to not give away his position so that he can play for the placement. But if you look at the top left, we have 14 teams, but just 38 players from them.
Yeah.
So many teams have lost so many players early on. Yeah. Although they have not been squad-wise, but individuals have been taken down. But a friendly fire coming in from W2R, and things are not looking good on their end now.
It's I mean, we blame the circle, I guess, for a situation like this where teams are forced to lose individuals. Sacrificial lambs being used just so the other players can find some space, or maybe just make a safe rotation. But W2R, as you mentioned, not a comfortable position, sandwiched between 2 teams. They can't push on the slope, and Desynx is waiting on the higher ground. Well, Desynx is down to the last man, I believe. Krish, he's trying to find an angle or maybe deny an opportunity. This is going to be a very risky nade from Krish. Katsuya, same goes for him. It bounces off, ricochets off the corner of the rock, and Katsuya is able to find a knock off of that. Desynx Esports, 2 players left, still putting up a wonderful fight against the players of W2R.
Desynx, they have nothing to lose in this matchup, and in the next 2 as well. They already have 5 finishes in their favor, but W2R on the other side, a team who are in the top contestation, being 4th overall in the leaderboard. They are having a rough game yet again, unable to find the consistency in number of points, and W2R, this will settle it out. Get eliminated on the 14th spot. That's the nightmare which has come true.
6 finishes on the board for Desynx. Stuck towards the northeastern edge of the play zone. On the radar, we did see the players of 9mm. That's also another team to avoid if you are just playing for survival, if you are just playing for extra bit of prize money within the last few matches. And they just barely stop on the edge. But 9mm, if they heard these vehicles, I think their intention would be clear to make this bounce, maybe try and grab those finishes. Because 9mm for them, a long way before they are able to inch closer to the players of God's Omen.
Rulzbreakers on the other side already found 2 finishes for them. Still waiting out for the play zone to show something. Just keeping the edge in their side, but they do have some unwanted guests moving up their way, so they have to be very careful if they want to finish them out. And Rulzbreakers, they are not that far away to make it to the top 5 as well. If they have a good game, things might turn out differently.
Well, let's see if they are going to have a good game or not. Rulzbreakers sandwiched. God's Omen up north. Another squad waiting for them down south. And the blue zone is going to start to close in about the next 23 seconds. But from here, I think NLS Esports, they have the prime spot to take these shots. Because anyone who tries to push that ridge will be in the crosshairs of NLS Esports. And that's what they're waiting for.
Just waiting for the right time to strike. A spray coming down, unable to find a contact in the smoke. Thorfinn, he has completely damaged helmet though, so he do need some kit as well, because if he takes a bullet to the head, he might get just taken down pretty quickly. Lark on the other side, they have 5 eliminations, and Battlehawks, they are having a decent game up till now. With all 4 players standing, they might have a chance to clinch another chicken dinner, because Battlehawks have been one of the squads who lack in the placement the most. Till now, the only team who have placement points in single digits. Right now, trying to make their way up to the top. Have to climb a hill for taking those next fights.
Battlehawks slowly and steadily pushing up but losing bodies. Look at the radar shots from the flank, just too brutal for Battlehawks to deal with. Lark also in the crosshairs of God's Omen. He's taking some damage, but at least he's still alive. He's the last surviving player from the side of Battlehawks. And while they had the luxury of there being some distance between them and the players of God's Omen, Endeavour Esports, look at them, they've closed in a lot. And Lark, the revive gets denied. He's forced into the firefight against the 2 individuals up front, gets finished off. Endeavour Esports claiming a few extra points.
They surely need them. They need each and every single point if they are eyeing out to be at least the top 2 and get a confirmation done on it as well. But on the side, Team Gojo gets engaged in yet another fight, and slowly and steadily each and every team is just giving up their covers and trying to take a head-on fight. We are down to the top 9 teams, but just 23 players remaining in the entire game. We are still in stage 5, but despite this early, or rather the mid-game, so many players have already lost their lives. 4 campers still waiting out for a revival. FRAG finally gets one, and now back to the 3 players. They have to close down the gap, they have to climb up the ridge, but they're having a really hard time to make a move.
Yeah, they do have a hard time trying to make a move. This climb up the cliff, it was never going to be easy, and especially with the VP waiting on the other side, it's just been made worse. But Rulzbreakers, man oh man, Frag Ninjas wanted to just completely shut down this move from Rulzbreakers, and they kind of have as well, but not for free. They lost 1 man from their side. Rulzbreakers get finished off. We are finally down to the top 8 of this match. 9mm still in the fight, still in the mix, still hoping to see if they can take down God's Omen, but unfortunately for them, God's Omen are also still alive in this game.
Team Gojo trying to still fight on the outside the zone, although this is going to be a risky call since they have 30 seconds before the blue starts to move. And now Team Gojo, they just want to camp it out. They want those extra 3 points in front of them. Gojo, he's just waiting. He's just eyeing out on his prey. Let's see if team number 8, if they can actually analyze the situation, because They know they have a team. They had a fight on earlier. But going up ahead, 4 campers, they have to beat down Team Gojo, and it all have to be done outside the play zone.
Yeah, pretty much. As you mentioned, they need to settle their differences before they move into the circle. But 4 campers now making the bounce. Team Gojo, 1-man loss. Jack Sparrow knocked out, broken inside of the water, and Gojo, he's stuck inside of the smoke. The shotgun spam is good for 2. And the 3rd man is going to be dropped from the backlines. A helping hand being lent by the players of 9mm Esports. And Team Gojo, they are saved. But for how long is going to be the question. 9mm Esports are aware of the threat on the lower ground, and that's such an easy team to beat down on. If you are 9mm, you know you have a straight line of fire. All you need to be cautious about is not overextending along the ridge, which is exactly what they're doing right now.
And Endeavour Esports, I believe even they have been taken down. Another player gets finished on the finish feed, and now 9mm, they are just trying to steal some points from the high ridge. Team 15, they are just struggling to get ahead, and 9mm with the higher ground advantage, although they lack scopes for the better vision. They're just trying to just stab their way in, and Team Gojo, they have been rescued by them, but also can be finished by the same helping hand. Another knock coming in, and play zone takes down Broken and will finish him off as well. Now Gojo, the only player from his team, has the vehicle for the next rotation, but now with the top 16s and 12 players standing, make it 11. God's Omen, they need to play it smart. Already have 6 militias and 1 chicken. Will surely confirm the championship.
As you mentioned, you said it. If they can finish this game with a chicken dinner, then I think they are going to be celebrating, already heading into the last 2 maps. We still have 2 more maps left, by the way. So God's Omen, they want to close it out right here, right now. And all they have to do is just finish this match off with a chicken dinner. They're trying their level best to make it happen. And Unstu OP, a lot of heavy lifting being done by the man with big muscles on the side of God's Omen. They have so much map control. Look at the radar as well. Just spread along the western half, pushing everyone else towards the edge. A decent high ground. And before they run towards the other side of the ridge, they just want to make sure that Desynx Esports are going to be done for. The last shot connects. R2 gets the frag. That's the end of Desynx Esports in this match, and we are finally down to the top 5 teams of the game.
Just 10 players as well from the top 5. 3 players from God's Omen, and this is looking, it can be their game. 9mm, they are in the close proximity as well, but they are outside the play zone, so they have to make a move. And God's Omen, they are on the higher side of the cliff. They have a clear line of sight on the opponents moving down close. But it's a matter of time before everyone unleashes their weaponry. 9mm on the other side of things, they have to be very careful on where they decide to move into the zone from. Because each and every angle has been checked in. NLS, they are still surviving. One of those teams who have nothing to lose on the bottom of the overall standings. They have made it to the top 5. A little too late for such a performance, but they still want to end on a high note.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's the intention right there. But let's see, God's Omen. Again, hoping to see them clinch out a chicken dinner on the last day. And it's too OP. At this point, it just feels like he's just throwing nades wherever he pleases because he knows where Frag Ninjas is, but that one was extremely off.
He's like, I have a loot killer around me, so let me try my luck.
Yeah,
He's
why not?
Why not? You never know. This might be a 2 lakh grenade. But now Zeref is trying to spot down the players, and it's a big surprise that despite the fact the play zone is quite open with not much of a hard cover, we have not seen a single fight brewing up.
Yeah, pretty much. As you mentioned, the fights, they faded away. And everyone's just being very patient, being very cautious in how they want to approach this end game. Frag Ninjas, I think for them, they're just very paranoid about who is going to peak that ridge and which team is it going to be. Will it be 9mm? Will it be Team Gojo? They have decent cover to avoid the line of fire for the players of God's Omen, but that ridge behind them, it's so brutal to deal with.
Now just look at that grenade that has been launched till now. This vehicle have played a huge role in saving Frag Ninjas, cause ZF was not too far off from target. He anticipated the vehicle and has some good damage dealt, but not enough to take them down. But Fluffy swings and Fluffy gets taken down. But it is 9mm from the sidelines who secured the finish. Stealing those finishes will definitely help them get in a better spot. But now with the 10th one, things look even better since Gojo has been taken down to the top 3 teams. It is NLS against 9mm. They have to win this fight, and NLS against God's Omen now turning things around, and Anuj finds yet another frag.
Yeah, now the last two surviving teams, apart from God's Omen, are down to the last players. So we know that this chicken dinner is pretty much in the hands of God's Omen, especially with 7MB zip. Maybe that's the algorithm he was working on. Well, he's going to try and compress as many points as he can from this match, and to do that, he was trying to backstab Ash, I believe. He was going around the ridge, but he can't really make that climb. And now everyone is just stuck. Ash is stuck behind the airdrop. 7MB zip, he's stuck underneath the cliff. And God's Omen, they are stuck looking for these players. Where did they go? Abhinav is there as well. I forgot about Abhinav, by the way.
But at this point, Abhinav, he is in one of those spots where I don't believe they can have a fight from such a distance. And the next zone will decide a lot of things. And now God's Omen, they have players on the best avenues possible for this ridge. They have a perfect spread, and yep, this is what I was talking about. The spread will work out. Abhinav will get taken down pretty easily by Anuj, and now a 3v1v1 that remains. And another player I believe can get spotted on the lower ridge. Ash gets dealt with on the 3rd spot. 9mm gets cleared up. Team NLS, the last player standing from them. And God's Omen, they won the 11th finish, and they will secure it out. A chicken for the championship. God's Omen are just 2 maps away to win it all.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, I think unless whoever is sitting second right now, I think it is 9mm. Unless 9mm gets like 30-point chicken dinners on the next 2 Miramars, I think I agree with you. God's Omen, they might have closed out the championship. They might have closed out this college campus tour. And might be planning how to spend the 2 lakh rupees together as a team, because as a team is how they won. What they want to do, where they want to go on a vacation, or maybe just like everyone gets a new laptop to help with their college work.
It can be very much possible, because this was the game that they were looking for. Yeah. They already have like 27 point differential, and now with 11 finishes and 10 on the placement, 21 in this matchup, things have just worked wonders. 9mm, they got really close but finished on the 3rd spot, and the difference is too big to be achieved in the next 2 matches until God's Omen get finished off on the 16th.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it is going to be just their game, and they have played really, really well in the last 2 days.
Yeah, God's Omen gets finished off on the 16th with no finishes, and 9mm gets like 2 25-point chicken dinners. That's the only way I think the trophy gets taken. Every single point from here on out that God's Omen gets in the upcoming 2 Miramars just solidifies their standing on the 1st position of the overall leaderboard. And as you said, I think in the last 2 days they've just been phenomenal, especially today, because day number 1 they were good, but they were not able to close out matches. Day number 2 they brought in a little bit more aggression, closed out a game as well, and were looking solid amongst the top teams in the overall leaderboard. But day number 3 they've just been on a dominating run since Rondo till now, and have just been flawless indeed.
Yes.
And again, this is my request to the pro teams: let my boy Anuj play, man. Let him play in the BMPS.
Because he has been crazy. Like, the firepower he's having, it is broken, to be very honest. Yeah. And I think in the overall leaderboard of the finish table as well, he's in the top 3 if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, he is. I think he was sitting second, but I think after, if he is consistent enough on the upcoming 2 games, he can potentially take the 1st position away. And as you said, this is an experienced player. He's been playing in the pro circuit for I think about a year. I've seen him play for bigger names. He was there in 2024 as well, so he has that experience. And it's quite surprising that he has been able to balance that with his education. So it's been quite impressive to finally see that he has still got it. He still has that skill set. And of course, same goes for the rest of his team as well, because God's Omen, the squad is pretty much built with like players that are aspiring to be professional, aspiring to play for some of the biggest professional teams in the country. And they've been playing for these smaller units with their friends, with teams that they put together just before events. But now in this event, we're seeing them dominate. And I think for them as well, this is going to be a good experience of how to adapt against teams and players that you know absolutely nothing about. Play in an online environment and still deliver, be consistent. Because again, we are going to have some complaints like inconsistencies. They could have just had a lot more chicken dinners, but they just get too aggressive sometimes and just end up getting wiped out. But as far as firepower goes, yes, God's Omen, they're the best team in the lobby.
Oh yeah, and this has been really good.
Well, yeah, and again, as we mentioned, I mean, they're just absolutely phenomenal. But it's been exciting to see these newer names as well, like Endeavour Esports has turned out to be one of my favorite teams, to be honest. They were surprising. And Godlin, that fight around Observatory, that 1v3 was phenomenal. It gets him the MVP of the game. 7 finishes on the board, 78% finish contribution for Godlin. And again, I think Endeavour Esports, after day one, they could have been the potential contenders for the trophy, but that was taken away from them on day 2 by 9mm.
Yeah, it was just looking one of those games where things might work out overall, but yeah, it is all about being super consistent in the entire marathon, but has not been the case for them. Although individual players have definitely shined up in every other game, and like Godlin with 78% finish contribution have definitely showcased what he is capable of. But if you look at the team's tally right now, we will see Endeavour might not able to get that enough placement points as such.
Well, I think the things could have been different, but let's see. I'm more interested to see what the difference between the top two is going to be like now, because 21 points for God Omen, 9mm keeping them in check with 15, Endeavour Esports on the third with 10. Then you have Team Gojo, who woke up very late with just 8 points on the board, followed by Desynx Esports. W2R is one of the names from the top 4 that has completely fallen off after day 1. Day 1 was phenomenal, day number 2 not so much, and day 3 is turning out to be a nightmare for W2R.
Indeed, and the last match was pretty decent though. They finished off in the second spot, and the Lipovka zone definitely worked out in their favor. But it was just not that game that they can replicate again and again. And this is the fate that they are going through. Although this will keep them in the top 5, I still believe, because even FRAG Ninjas, I'm not seeing them. Yep, they are on the 9th spot, so just 4 points for them. So even FRAG Ninjas are not having such a game to topple down W2R. So the top 5, it looks like that the standings will remain the same overall.
Yeah, they will remain the same, but now it's 30-point difference between 9mm and God's Omen. Endeavour Esports 144. So if God Omen in the next 2 games are eliminated 16th with no points at all, then 9mm and Endeavour Esports can potentially catch up and dethrone them and, well, take the first position away and take the 2 lakh rupees away from them. But W2R Esports, they're getting left behind. They should be concerned about FRAG Ninjas, who are having a phenomenal time in this chase inside of the top 5. And 4 campers as well. Today was a decent run from them, but now in the 90s. Let's see if they can cross the 100-point marker with the next match.
And well, it is definitely going to be possible from them, but also FRAG Ninjas 106 to 94 from Team RaZr. So in the next 2 matches, considering the map of Miramar is not favorable for so many of these teams, things in the top 5 might even take a turn. But for Rulzbreakers, Desynx, OneShot, for them to get on the first page, it is a little more difficult.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think now they might just have to settle for trying the level best to not finish 16th. And I think that is going to be the case for Mystical Wave as well. They've been... How is this team 16th with a chicken dinner? That should be a question.
Also the fact that Battlehawks have 54 finish points.
Oh, yeah.
54! And they have 6th placement. I'm not sure what this team is doing right now. Like, 6th placement and 54 finishes. It does not make sense.
Yeah, something else entirely is happening on the second page of the leaderboard. Yeah, 9-16. They've been trying the level best, but I guess the competition from the top teams is a little too much for everyone else to deal with. So, again, I think now 9-16 they fight amongst themselves. All the teams in the 80s, the top 8 looking to see triple digits on the board. Even the team on the 8th position now has a little bit of edge and a better possibility of being in the hundreds at the end of the next Miramar. But only 2 more maps remaining, and the fight for the top spot for the championship is now between 3 teams. There is Gojo, Omen, there's 9mm and Endeavour Esports still in the mix. And Miramars, they can be brutal, so anything can happen. You never know. Someone drop clashes God's Omen, they get taken out with 0 points, and all of a sudden 9mm is chasing the first position.
Well, it can be a possibility, but for that they have to go all out in this matchup. Because the next 2 games, the second position is almost solidified for them. So they can take more gambles if they want to take down God's Omen. So just might try to hunt them down on their drop spot. That is a possibility. But that also brings in the risk that you might get eliminated and the match will get over for them on that particular spot. So it's a double-edged sword. If they try to hunt down God's Omen, there might be other teams who have the same intentions of doing that to the other team, since the top 5 race is still wide open.
Yeah, as you said, top 5, the race is still open, and there's still possibility to go for a chase to try and see if you can increase your prize money just a little bit. Main chunk is distributed between the podium, so I think even if you finish on the 3rd position, that should help you out for the future. But again, championship is what we are waiting to see, who gets to be the champion of College Campus Tour. And as we mentioned, 2 maps remaining, all of that and more after this very short break.
Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, so we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We in the we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave. They see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the face. They watching tape. Still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They send the snakes. They trying to give us a curse. They want us taking the bait. But that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay. Blocking the way. Thinking we flipping reverse. But we keep rushing the gate. Stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take. We not afraid. We put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They trying to trace, they trying to follow our steps, they trying to copy the wave. Boy, that's your name, that's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work, like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy, why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe.
If you come in, please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come, you're messing with a star.
इन जैसों पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
BGMI क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख।
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
Unleashing madness with method.
This is the biggest tournament in the history of BGMI.
Raw power, meets precision. So many days of sacrifices. Finally, this is the moment they have been waiting for a long, long time. Are you ready to crown the champions?
XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Never fall. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need a hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. Fall back, hold our ground where we at. Yeah, no lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back.
Welcome back everyone. Oh, do you want to welcome back everyone? I mean, we're excited for the last two matches, man. I mean, that's why that was there, because God's Omen, they've taken the lead, but now we were doing some math. I was trying to crunch some numbers, and there is an actual possibility that Endeavour Esports also potentially can stand a chance to win the trophy. And God's Omen, they haven't had the best of outings on Miramar so far, so I think, again, still guessing who walks away with the trophy. 2 matches left. What do you think, Spark?
Yes. It is most likely that God's Omen will try to make sure that they are not being the ones who get hunted down. And we have seen that in the Tier 1 circuit as well. So when the teams are close to the trophy marker, they try to change their drop spots, try to go a little safe to the extremities of the map. And all they do is just play the survival game. Because even single or double points from each game, getting into like 4-5 points at maximum, does the job. They already have like, I believe, 30 point differential. Yeah. So until they get eliminated on the 16th back-to-back, things will end up in their favor.
Yeah, but for us, I think I just want to see a drop clash between God's Omen and anyone else. It would be better if it was Endeavour Esports or 9mm, but when you think about it, they also have a lot to lose. So I don't think it's going to be one of those teams, but someone needs to go for God's Omen, and especially one of the teams between 9 to 16. I think I would love to see one of them drop clash one of these top performing teams, because they can now be the oracles deciding the fate of which team is going to be 2 lakh rupees richer in this championship. But at the start of the map, well, there are literally no drop clashes happening. Maybe one for OneShot Esports, but I think, yeah, Picardo drop clashes we have seen a lot.
Yeah, that is indeed true. But at this point, I'm pretty surprised that teams are still going for the regular drops, especially LHS. Like, they are going for the La Cobreria, and there is a team that is going to Real Muda as well. In the final two maps, when you are not the top contender, we have seen a pattern where all the teams, especially on the second page, they try to fight among themselves and try to maximize the finish points they can, because that's their only way to grab the major chunk of that prize pool. But now, nothing of that sort is happening. But at the same time, look at the play zone. Another southern shift.
Yeah, this is again another southern circle, but I think a high probability that this game might just come to an end in Los Leones. That means we might get to see an extremely slow map of Miramar, but 9mm Esports, did they have a team in the distance? I think I saw someone flicker on the radar for a few seconds, but now they're running in the opposite direction, so that completely fades away. And 9mm Esports, some breathing room for them to work with. Even the same for Gojo, and there's no drop clash for them. So I think the luxury that they wanted for themselves, not getting taken out early, getting free time to loot inside of the map of Miramar, it has been awarded.
Now, again, there are teams where Gojo, I'm still surprised that have not been hunted down. But WasTaken, do they survive? The vehicle ran over? Nah, they cannot. Chad being taken down, trying to get the vehicle. We'll have to do that in the next map, because there is no way he's escaping from there. Rexlife trying to hunt down the players with a single tabs, too far out for success. But hold up, the players have not been finished off. Rexy Life, he has a motorcycle if he wants to just close down the gap or maybe run away with it. There is also Mira Shop, who is just waiting on the ledge, waiting for the opponent to make a move, get spotted, has a UMP in his hand, so the long range is not his best friend. But on the other side of things, a spray coming his way, and this looks done. WasTaken might be the first team to get eliminated from here on.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will be. Rulzbreakers, they're just waiting to see if they can spot out Rexy is live, get a sign that he's nearby, and now they will hear this bike. No shots being taken. Alright, some shots being taken. Rexy is live, running to the other side of the ridge. Does manage to survive. And he does manage to stay alive for a few more moments inside of this game. Somehow, or that could have been the very first squad wipe of the match.
For the way Rexy moved, it looked like that he is going all in on that fight, but he decided to escape on the very last moment. And has the vehicle to just supplement that decision, so he will escape, has to play the survival game now. Team OneShot and Picado will remain in the play zone for the next, at least one more phase. But the next one is what we are looking out for, like how the map is gonna progress. Miramar has already been a pretty slow map for majority of the teams. They try to avoid the fight in the first stages, but not this one. We have already lost 5 players from different teams and 3 from one single one. So there have been battles other than OneShot as well, who have lost another casualty.
Yeah, pretty much. And OneShot stuck towards the northwestern edge of the circle right now. They have the casino under control. I think, again, that early drop clash I expected to be a little bit better. I wanted to see a complete 4v4 for the Big Reds and Picado, but that's not the case. OneShot, they lose one player and instantly put some distance between them and the opponents. Battlehawks as well, 1200 meters away from the circle, so they are also playing from the northwestern quadrant or the northern quadrant of northern half of the circle of the map right now. But Battlehawks, yeah, I think for them, best case situation is going to be a top 8 finish. This match, they have a slower start. They will have complete loot. Look at that, level 3 armor and helmet already on Stranger forever. Let's see if they are able to sustain those mid-game fights.
That's the biggest issue they have. Cause with like the biggest surprise that there is still a team on the second last game who have just 6 placement point. It is still, I'm not sure how to describe that, because that's the most rarest side, because that is a phase you at least end up in the top 5 in one of those games. But for Battlehawks, that has not been the case. Right now, they are just rotating around, might be looking for some fights to take on. Also, they are too far out from the play zone. 1300 meters worth of driving they have to do. 9mm the potential contenders for the championship, but only if they get a huge chicken dinner. For that, they need to engage in a lot of fights.
Yeah. Either a huge chicken dinner or maybe just be consistent in the next 2 games. I think, again, 2 possibilities for 9mm or 2 ways for them to actually be able to pull it off. But it all depends on how this map of Miramar goes for them. On the other side of things, W2R, a team that we spoke about a few moments ago, they've lost momentum over the last 2 days, but now taking the fight against Team Gojo, and they found the opening. Team Gojo also down to their last player. Dytonax, he's just running around trying to survive, but they know exactly where he is. The pre-fire around the corner, it's not enough. As soon as he goes for the weapon switch, he gets shut down completely. And that's the end of the journey for Team Gojo in this map of Miramar.
And the fact that it is Team W2R who have taken the squad wipe makes it even better for them. 4 finish points in the first zone itself. Things are looking good for them. Because overall standing wise, if you look at it, each and every point matters for them, since W2R is one of those squads who are on the 4th spot right now. 144 for Endeavour, and they are chasing Endeavour. These 4 points will definitely help them a lot. After this, it is almost like a 12-point gap they need to fulfill. Because, as you said earlier, the major prize pool chunk is between the top 3 teams, and W2R, they will surely want a piece of it.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think for W2R, their best case scenario right now is just trying to take the 3rd position away from Endeavour Esports. Just try and maximize their prize money from this championship. That's what they're waiting for. 4 campers as well. They've done quite well over the last 2 days. Day number 1 wasn't a great start for them, but now 2,100 meters away from the play zone. And if the circle shifts away, if the circle takes another southeastern shift, then, well, the distance pretty much remains the same. This is a long rotation that they have to make for campers. Well, now this is the ultimate form of camping, and the circle does shift completely away from them.
Wow, they have to drive even more now. It might be the case where they end up driving the entire game and eventually get eliminated by the time they reach the play zone. 2,000 meters is a long distance, and looking at the way they are going ahead, it will take them some time. But also, Johnny, I was just looking at the point distribution, or rather the prize pool distribution. The 4th and up till the 8th position is the same.
Yeah.
The top 3 has 50,000, the 3rd position, and the 4th has 15. That's a 35,000 difference. And
Exactly.
that is humongous.
It is, and that's why it's very important to finish on the podium. If you are not finishing in the top 3, then as me and Savans were talking about it, right? Like, the difference is between going out for dinner and just ordering in. And if you're not in the podium, then, well, you are just going to have to order in, because, well, the podiums, they get the luxury of having the big bank accounts after this championship is done and going out for treat. And, well, God's Omen, they've gotten 3 eliminations in this game, so they're 3 points up against their competition. That is 9mm.
Okay, another battle I am more interested in is the W2R one, since this is the battle worth of 35,000 rupees that they are fighting on. And I just love this right now, because even they know they have to be very cautious as well as aggressive at the same time. So it is all about balancing for them from here, since it is still possible from 128 to 144 if they want, but for that they need to make sure that they eliminate the other team. But they survive the longer, but at this point the first player gets knocked down, and it is team number 17 closing down the gap. Speed just getting to the sidelines. Virus will get dealt with by Wizard. Hip got another good shot from him. Although he's low on HP, he needs a cover. Since Hip is still holding behind the rock, will get the healing out, but the grenade being lobbed into the face. He's trying to close down the distance with the DBS in his hand. There are so many players surrounding him, and W2R, they want more finishes right now. And if they take the squad wipe, things might turn out in their favor, but the DBS is not landing the shot how it should be. But finally, Hip God turning out his name to be true. Find the first frag in the hip fire and is looking for more. The DBS in the close range is the most engaged weapon out there, and he will get another finish point in his quarter. 7th one in the making, looking for the 8th now, all by himself. But nah, W2R, the last player could not pull the clutch. They will have 7 finish points, but will get eliminated on the 14th spot.
Yeah, so much aggression out into the open. The third party was an easy one. And W2R, as we were talking about them, they just want to take the third position away from the players of Endeavour Esports, and they will not be able to succeed as Endeavour Esports stay alive in this match. Maybe I spoke too soon. Endeavour Esports are losing players now. They're losing players to God's Omen. What is going on?
Okay. Didn't expect that from this far out, but it works out for him. The accuracy is there, but now Dope, he's still looking out for more. And 4 finish points already. God's Omen, they are solidifying the championship spot with every second passing by.
Yeah, pretty much. But look at the circle. It's just moved between La Benedita and Los Leones. And Battlehawks actually have a pretty nice spot to work with, especially for the late game if the circle again moves towards or takes a northern shift. But that's a big what if scenario. But closing in from the west, God's Omen moving in. They have moved in the edge of the circle and somehow have managed to avoid all the threat that's waiting for them up ahead. I think they are also going to choose to play from the northern half of the play zone, by the way, because with the circle on Los Leones early in the game, you would assume that a lot of these teams would have rotated there early, and hence getting anywhere close to those compounders is going to be a big challenge. God's Omen picking a decent spot to work with, at least for stage 3.
And I think for them, the game is looking pretty much how they wanted it from here on. God's Omen being one of those squads who had a pretty consistent run from the first day itself, and the only team who have not taken a dip. 9mm, they showed their true colors on day number 2. W2R, they were great on the first day, but not so good in the following ones. But it is just God's Omen who started off strong and are still continuing to do so.
Yeah, but let's see, can they move for a chicken dinner in this game? That's what we want to see from them. And again, position is phenomenal. They spot out Endeavour Esports. Maybe they're going to go for a hunt. And
the star fragger of the squad who is leading the line.
Yeah.
Just right in the front.
Also, they already did manage to pick one of the players from the set of Endeavour Esports. So they will have a man advantage in that fight.
And it is really good to see a team getting a first finish and then also closing down the gap at the same time. They are not giving their opponent the chance up for a proper recovery or even escaping the number deficit. It showcases how much confident God's Omen is there in their players and the firepower they have. But now if you look at the feed, Abhinav from 9mm, I believe, finds another finish. So even they are engaging in more fights, because at this point with 12 teams and 42 players, each and every team knows that if they want to increase the prize pool they get from this tournament, they have to get into the battle zone.
I mean, for sure. Now it's just fight for the prize money, and it is going to be interesting to see who can clinch that podium position away, because you just mentioned it, right? The prize money is only there for the teams on the podium. Everyone else, well, they do get some prize money, but the major chunk is just for the top 3. Battlehawks, they find themselves quite close to a threat. RaZr, Team RaZr is in the distance. I have to say, that's a much bigger threat. The moment you see Team RaZr, just run away.
And that is true. But now, if you look at Battlehawks, 270 meters from the play zone, they need to make a decision really quick. Because outside the zone in stage 5 is not the wisest decision, but they are trying to hide themselves in and maybe take the rotating team by surprise right now. But I think the vehicles must have given away their position as well on the map. And now, it's all about what Battlehawks wants to do from here. There is yet another team rotating and just clearing on the other sidelines before they take the battle. But yep, the other team, team number 16, trying to rotate from a larger distance, and Roshan is going up away, and I think that is Fantastic 5, I believe, taking a different route altogether.
Well, let's see, Fantastic 5, the team that broke Sivansh's heart. That's what we're going to call them from now on. And right now they've broken the heart of Battlehawks as well, as they completely completely evade the fight, but Gojo focusing on the players
Wow.
of NLS, and they do find a knock. Look at that. Nice spray from Anus2 OP.
No wonder why this guy is the top fragger of server right now. So good, right? 3x, M4, crowd spray, so far out does not matter. Just one magazine was required for him to take the play down, but similar things can be said of Bamboo Boy as well. A team effort indeed, but Battlehawks, they have seen the first knock in their team and now Fantastic 5. They can close the gap if they want, just on the edge of things, but this ridge is not the safest option for them. There are so many open angles, but they have to engage in one of those fights and make sure they clear it out.
And now they are sandwiched. I don't think Fantastic 5 will have enough space to move around anymore. As we saw Battlehawks in the back lines, and then one more team up front, and God's Omen are moving in as well. 6 elimination points for God's Omen already in this game. Few shots taken on that vehicle, but there's no one there. And God's Omen, by the way, they need to avoid the line of fire for Fantastic 5 as well, because that's completely straight line, no terrain blocking the way.
Oscar in the close range, DBS in the hands. Still looking out to make sure he's a sole survivor for the team, but for how long is the cushion? Team RaZr in front of him, but the DBS, a grenade lobbed in ahead, but not in his range. He will survive, but there can be a Molotov on the staircase if they want to. And yep, the DBS lands, and before they can throw the grenade, he finds the frag. Just waiting for the confirmation. Another bounce back grenade. He's trying to finish off the plays, and clutch card has been dealt with. There have been so many players left, right and center. The DBS player just running them around, goes back to cover, and this back and forth battle, I think this is gonna last more long.
Yeah, this is definitely going to last a little bit longer. He's just patiently waiting for them to pop out and then taking a few shots. All he has to do is just avoid getting pre-fired and avoid getting naded out of position. And well, this was a nade from Fantastic 5, if I'm not wrong, that ends up being the last nail in the coffin. That's the end, and we're already down to 8 teams, 26 players. God's Omen, 9 finishes on the board. And I think they might just close things out on this Miramar.
Yeah, they have already a 30-point lead for them. Add 9 points to it, that makes 39 in just terms of raw frag powers. We are not even considering right now the placement points they have accumulated, and they will accumulate in the near future right now. Just want to see how much frags 9mm are able to get on their end. But God, Omen, they are firing in all cylinders. They know a 30-point buffer is good enough in the next 2 games, so they decided to go aggressive on the teams. And their aggression have paid off really well.
Yeah, as you said, it's paid out really well for them. And now it's all about, can they secure a top 3 finish in this game? Placement points are going to be important. Well, a helping hand being lent by Frag Ninjas, providing some assistance as they go after the players of Fantastic 5, Luffy and Walker. They have the entire team pinned in the building. Nice nade from Walker, secures a knock. 2 players from the side of Fantastic 5 completely down and finished off as well. Trade comes through, Arcane from Frag Ninjas. He gets knocked out, but I don't think that will be enough. Who's taking these shots? Well, it is God's Omen. God's Omen are claiming these finishes. They are going to be in double digits now.
Just looking for even more from here on, but Frag Ninjas, another grenade lobbed. The sole survivor, Luffy. But his approach is what I am looking out for, since the revival is not going to be the easiest of the task. You have to clear so many of the backlines. There can be enemies on either side of this play zone. But yeah, finally getting into safe cover. We'll get the revive back to 2 men. But the thing is, how do you go ahead? You have already seen there is Fantastic 5 on the edge. There is God's Omen in the close proximities. They have showcased their positioning. How do you decide to fight them on?
Well, let's see. That's the answer they are looking for as well. Endeavour Esports, 2-player roster now remains inside of the game. Still looking for those fights. And God's Omen, a literal uphill climb waiting for them. As Desynx Esports have taken control of the hill and sitting at the top. Just looking down on all of the chaos that's brewing up below. 11 eliminations on the players of God's Omen. But want to see how many placement points will they walk away with from this particular match. Team OneShot actually also have a decent spot to work with. They can be an additional threat, try and shut down the next move from God's Omen. Oh, but they're still in the circle, so not a lot of hope for that.
Though, being in the center of attraction right now from Desynx, trying to spray him down, but he indeed from the other side takes some damage, goes back to safety, but yeah, finally getting the POV of 9mm, and all they have is just 2 finishes till now. So the differential is quite big against God's Omen and 9mm in terms of finishing power.
Well, 9mm, I think 9mm really needs a big chicken dinner, especially considering that their main opponents now have 11 eliminations and 9mm on the other side are just sitting there with 2.
I think 9mm has given up on the dream of taking the championship rather than solidifying the second spot, since it is still a 50,000 difference between second and the third, so they just don't want to give up the third spot, or rather the second spot, to Endeavour, who are in close proximity, since 152 against 144 with a scoreline, so that is less than 10 points, 8 to be precise. So they are playing with caution. They want to keep that 1 lakh rupees in their name, and that's not a bad approach, to be honest.
Oh man, this is just turning out to be more than I think they bargained for. 9mm, they would have been celebrating at the end of day 2. Yeah, we are number 1, we can protect the lead, but they did not expect God's Omen to play so good in the last few matches. And 9mm now stuck on that southern edge with Desynx Esports on top of their heads. But Desynx, they get distracted, switching focus to the players of OneShot on the other side of the cliff.
Still waiting. OneShot completely on the edge. They have the potential position to just hunt down the players, but it's a matter of time if they decide to take a fight. The next play zone switches ahead, but now Erangel, he finds a knock, and on the other side of things, it is God's Omen, who are very cautious in making a move. They know they have played this game really well till now, and if things goes in their favor, at least in this zone, they have the potential chance of getting another chicken dinner back to back.
Yeah, pretty much. This is now completely broken the pace of play of this map. Everyone is just stuck, 8 teams surviving, and not a lot of room to work with. The next 20 seconds, very crucial. The next shift of the circle will be the one, the catalyst that forces everyone to collide. And a lot of concern for 9mm, since they are the ones stuck on the edge. Even God's Omen, for that matter, have some room to work with, at least towards the northern edge of the circle.
Abhinav quite open right now, but now Arman is still trying to spot the plays, although he has 38 seconds to do so, because they need to make a move, go up ahead, and spots the player finally from OneShot, and the battle has been engaged for a while, but now they know at least the position of one team. But now Zooms are on the other side of things from Desynx, gets taken down. We'll get a revival really soon, but now 9mm really close. Abhinav gets dealt with, has been knocked down, but this red hill does not have much of a cover, so they have to give up the space. They have to go down, and Team 9mm, they have the potential chance of closing things up.
Yeah, they definitely do. Desynx Esports, them being out of position is what they wanted, and 9mm can now freely climb the ridge. You see them making the move as well. Of course, the next course of action should be a fight against Desynx, gain some map control and have some breathing room to work with. But Desynx, the distraction from the players of OneShot, nade goes out from Wedge, no contact, the magic does not work this time. Even the pressure from the flank is causing a lot of chaos. But look at Gojo, and they're just focused on cleaning out the edge. They're going after the players from Fantastic 5, making them bleed. The finishes are going to be claimed by Frag Ninjas, but that doesn't matter. Gojo just needed room to work with, and they have found it.
Slowly making their way up, and Abhinav has been spotted, but Dustin from sidelines sees the player, sprays him down, gets a knock. Although they're in a safe spot, so will get the revival, but down to the 17s and make it 6 since Endeavour, they have been eliminated, and seeing the finish feed will definitely give a sigh of relief to Team 9mm, since they know from here on they are in the top 5 and their arch rivals, they have been eliminated.
That should make them happy. Inside of the top 5, as you mentioned. The points, the placement points they wanted are there. But 9mm on the top of the hill, still looking for a big chicken dinner, still looking to keep Gojo in check, heading into the last match of the day. 11 eliminations, top 5. I think that lead is just going to get bigger. Zerif, he has 5 nades to work with. HP bar just completely depleted, but before he goes down, he finds the opener that his team was looking for, and Zerif needs to put on that first aid, and now Gojo need to engage into the players of 9mm. If this reset comes through, then maybe 9mm stands a chance of closing in, but if it doesn't, then Gojo, they're pretty much going to claim this victory, and the splash damage from the nade, well, it gets a second knock into the fight. Ash has been brought back. He's gotten a revive, but it's difficult to still breathe with just 3 players on top of this hill. Dustin has pushed up to try and relieve some pressure, to try and see if he can keep the players of Gojo at bay for even a few extra seconds, but even Dustin falls. Another knock. The trades are back and forth, but not this time, says Dope. He finds a big knock this time, and the spray inside of the smoke is going to be enough to chip away at the damage. No ammunition in that shotgun, and Dope finally shut down a 2v2 between 9mm and the players of God's Omen. And Frag Ninjas on the flank are just waiting for these two teams to settle their differences, but finally they chime in, picking off Zerif and God's Omen. They're down to the last man, and he does not even have a shotgun. It's an easy finish. 9mm 10 eliminations, and they are on the podium for this game. Can they win the chicken dinner? Can they get 20 points on the board?
The way they are playing it looks like it. They have the position to do so, and now Frag Ninjas, they are there to ruin the party, but will they be able to do so? A 2 versus 3 scenario at the top of the hill. They need to take a fight, and in all this chaos, there is 4 Rings Biscuit, who is just chilling on the sidelines. He does not want to give up his position, and neither wants to take a fight. Let the opponents fight among themselves, and he will be happy in just securing a better position overall. Of 3v2v1 scenario right in the faces, rather a 4v3v1. Because at this point, 9mm, they are all 4 players who are alive.
9mm, I think this has to be their chicken dinner. Frag Ninjas, they've been phenomenal in this match. But they're down to a 2-man roster. 9mm clearly has the numbers advantage, has the high ground advantage to work with as well. But this is stage 9. This is where things get extremely unpredictable. And Dustin, he's been spotted out as well behind the smoke, but doesn't matter. The attention of Luffy was on Ash. Dustin gets away for free. Biscuit waiting on the sidelines, just waiting for these 2 titans to clash. And
grenade.
The nade actually shuts down Ash. It's down to a 2v2 if I'm not wrong.
It looks like the case right now, because Rulzbreakers, they are looking to get the frag, then Biscuit will find the frag. Out of nowhere, 9mm have been hunted down. They were looking the prime contenders to win this chicken, and now they are on the back foot, but not for long. Abhinav, he steps up big, gets a frag, and now it is all down to him to get another frag, and he will secure the frag on Biscuit. And now another one on Luffy, down to a 2v1, spots the player, and he has been perfect in that. 9mm with a massive chicken dinner in their favor now.
Yep, I mean, they do have a chicken dinner. The only problem is that even the players from God's Omen were able to secure like 11 eliminations. And 9mm, this is going to be a big chicken dinner, but I think that 30-point difference is still going to be about like 24 points if I'm not wrong, or maybe it's just gone up because, yeah, I did not take into account that God's Omen was also inside of the top 4, so they do have some placement points to work with. But nonetheless, this was an exciting map of Miramar, and I think if God's Omen gets shut down, again, it's the same thing. If God's Omen are shut down early in the last Miramar, maybe 9mm can clinch the trophy. But now they need like 25 finishes and the chicken dinner.
And I think that is a really big ask, to be honest. Mathematically, it is possible, but that maths does not apply to real life, because that has been the case with that subject for quite some time. I'm not sure why, but if you look at the other teams, Endeavour, I think that's the team who will remain in third spot, because 9mm, with this particular matchup, even they have solidified the second spot. A big chicken dinner they were needing, and they have delivered that perfectly well.
I feel bad for Endeavour Esports now, though, because now Endeavour Esports are getting left behind in this race. Since day one, I was quite hopeful that maybe Endeavour Esports will be able to pull off a few phenomenal moves. Maybe we would see them close out on the podium. Now, I think the podium might be there, but chances for the trophy have completely slipped away. For 9mm, they've still kept God's Omen in check, and I think once we have the overall leaderboard, only that will be able to reveal whether 9mm stands a chance to beat God's Omen in the last game, or God's Omen are just going to play that last match for the heck of it.
Well, I think I just want to see God's Omen get even more aggressive in the last one, because why not? The trophy is yours, just run around circles, hunt down the players, have fun, and who knows, you might even be able to set the record for the most finishes in one particular matchup, because they have the firepower clearly for doing that. They have showcased how well they are in long range duels as well as the close range quarters they have been dealing with. So they are a complete package, and the way they have played the entire tournament, they are surely the deserved winners of it as well.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think, as you mentioned, I think the way they've played, they've been very consistent in terms of getting those finishes. They do deserve the win. And of course, I think before we actually get to say that they are the winners, we have to get through that last map of Miramar as well. But it's been a phenomenal journey of, I think, watching God's Omen turn into what they've turned into, the monsters that everyone is afraid of inside of the lobby. And of course, witnessing what these young players are capable of. I think 9mm Dustin, definitely quite phenomenal performance from him. As you mentioned, the utility usage we saw from him yesterday was amazing. I think Sivansh mentioned it, in fact, at the start of the day, where he was wiping out teams with just the grenades, and he did the same thing on day one. So again, we got to witness a lot of young talent as well. But I think now let's have a look at the highlights of this game. This was quite an awkward Miramar, to be fair.
Pretty aggressive one, to be very honest, because the way it started, it was a regular playing path, not the most awkward one for teams to deal with, but the play zone, it forced everybody out for longer rotations and quick one indeed, and it led to so many early fights. And from there on, every team decided to be up. The zone is not going to favor us anyhow. Let's take duels and let's see if we're able to survive it or not. Has been the case till the very end, and it was a pretty good game, to be very honest. Really love to see how teams approach change, at least for a few ones. Decide to take some more fights, changing their playstyle in the end, and figuring out if this new playstyle can work in the near future.
Yeah, I think that is something that they'll try to figure out. But we do have the MVP of the match, Dustin OG from 9mm Esports. 6 finishes, 46% finish contribution, and overall a phenomenal performance from him and his teammates. And again, I think Dustin, I don't remember if he, I think he has to be there in the list of the top performers of this tournament for sure.
Yes. Like, if we have statistics on how many MVPs each individual have got, Dustin will be in the top 5 for sure. In all these 18 matches, or rather 17 matches till now, he is one of the players have been consistently performing for the squad. But now, if you look at this matchup, 9mm 23 points and God's Omen with 16. So a difference of 7 points will get shrunk down on the overall standings, but nothing more than that.
Yeah.
FNE with 14, RB with 11, W2R with just 7 points. So that will hamper their dreams of just climbing up the leaderboard. But overall, they managed to close down the gap by 5 points, I believe, against Endeavour. But they still have a long journey.
Yeah, they still have a long journey, 9 points away from where Endeavour Esports is. And as you were talking about it, I think 23 points separating God's Omen and 9mm Esports. So hypothetically, if God's Omen ends up with 0 points in the next match, 9mm gets 15 eliminations or 14 eliminations and the chicken dinner, then the trophy is theirs. Then they get to claim the 2 lakh rupees.
So what they need to do is get 14 finishes. That's the golden number they have to focus, and make sure that God's Omen gets 0 points from the next match as well. So God's Omen have not changed the draw for quite some time. So there is a possibility of doing that, which everyone wants to avoid. Just hunting them on the playground.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think that is something that they will have to avoid. Let's see what the strategy is going to be for all of these teams. And again, it's the last map of Miramar. Can get chaotic. I hope it gets chaotic. But we'll find that out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
We moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase. There's no debate. We draw the line in the sand. We say it straight to your face. They underrate till we put the team on our back. We took the city to state. What it's gonna take? Another S on our chest. Another beat in the grave. We innovate. We always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave. They see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the face. They watching tape. Still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They sending snakes. They trying to give us a curse. They want us taking a bait. But that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay. Blocking the way. Thinking we flipping reverse. But we keep rushing the gate. Stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take. We not afraid. We put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They trying to trace. They trying to follow our steps. They trying to copy the wave. Boy, that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work. Like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy. Why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe.
Tell them don't start. Nobody's safe. If you come then please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come you're messing with a star. 1, 2, 3. Nobody's safe. Yeah, yeah. Nobody's safe.
For my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was never for your friends. They my fans.
Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team would do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene.
Massacre as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me. I will snatch your turf and manifest scratch that. I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete. I'm not in the class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the serve. I snap and best believe that a massacre. XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal. Take the meal. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold on ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, all facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back.
never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies or facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, so we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave, they see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the face. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They send the snakes, they trying to give us a curse. They want us taking the bait, but that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way, thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate, stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take. We not afraid. We put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They tryna trace. They tryna follow our steps. They tryna copy the wave. Boy, that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work. Like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy. Why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe.
Tell them don't start.
Nobody's safe.
If you come there, please don't drop your guard.
Nobody's safe.
If you come, you're messing with a star.
অফসাইড তোর বাড়িতে হবে
ए भाई कुत्ते गए अबे हमारी जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल
টিকিট 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 দাদা লবি টিকিট কোথায়
আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো
করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट
नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप। इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता, कोई भी नहीं।
KKR का swag now in battleground.
आमी conqueror.
आमी KKR.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. It's just one more map, one last map remaining for the Krafton India Esports College Campus Tour Championship. And of course, God's Omen right now leading the chart, sitting on the first position, chased by 9mm. 24 points needed to steal away the trophy, and along with that, 2 lakh rupees in prize money. And of course, Spartans, we have been talking about it since day one of the grand finals starting. 2 lakh rupees when you're in college is a lot of money for these lads.
Yes, it is a lot of money, and 9mm, they surely want to clinch it away from God's Omen, since 24 points in one single match is pretty much achievable.
Yeah.
Especially when you just ended the previous Miramar with 21 points, so 24 should not be that big of a deal, but it comes with an asterisk. That God's Omen should not be able to get one single point, and that is what they need to look out for. And in these scenarios, you generally see a drop clash happening between the top two teams.
I mean, let's hope it happens, and it's going to be interesting to see if it turns out in the favor of 9mm as well, if a drop clash takes place. I think the best case scenario that 9mm are praying for right now, the situation that they're hoping for, is someone else from the bottom, could be anyone, takes on God's Omen, takes them out early with 0 point. As you mentioned, that asterisk that's there, the condition that's there for 9mm to win this trophy, it's a big if, but with that, we have a very, very centric flight path on Miramar for the first time, and, well, it's happening in the last game, so we know this is going to be an interesting one. And there it is, this thing that you pointed out, Sivansh also mentioned, a Partona drop clash happening right off the bat.
I'm not sure why teams decided to go in that particular spot, but it is NLS yet again, and I believe it is alongside their arch rivals from Erangel. Fantastic Five, they have been just clashing with them each time they play any of the maps, especially the map of Erangel. Lipovka has been their playground, and both the teams decide to take a fight each time they play that arena.
Yeah,
but now the teams that we are looking out for is God's Omen. Where are they right now?
Yeah, God's Omen has gone for a Picardo drop clash against Team Gojo yet again. So we have 2 big drop clashes happening, and these again, the way I look at it is these are points, potential points on the map that will just be nullified from the POV of 9mm Esports. Because if these teams fight each other, they take each other out, let's assume just one single player survives from each team, that's not enough at the end of the game. I mean, so you have to try, if you're God's Omen, to try and pick off points early off the map itself, but let's see how it turns out for them. For now, OneShot Esports, I think they've gotten really good at putting in that distance between them and Team Gojo right off the bat as soon as this fight begins. Because if you remember, even the last Miramar, they just lost 1 player in this entire fight.
Yeah, and they don't exactly know how to just run down these areas.
Yeah.
But now, they are still looking for some better weaponry, because that's a very rare sight, to be honest. This area generally grants you some good amount of loot in the initial phases, but all I'm seeing is a shotgun and AUG with no armor on majority of these players. But now, the most extremities of the map, a fight is brewing up, and Fantastic Five against NLS. Yet another battle, another 4v4, and majority of the time it has been Fantastic Five who came out on top. Let's see if that thing remains the same right now, because the players are aware of the position. The answer is no. Part finds one, looking for the second with a shotgun onto the face. Will drop him down, and the drop shot will finish things off as well.
And as you were talking about it, I think Fantastic Five, what I have noticed is they just try and overwhelm these players with numbers. And that's what they're trying to do to the players from NLS right now, just forcing them into those 3v1s. Ultron, he has the explosive bow, but it's very difficult to line it up at this distance, especially when you have constant suppressing fire, not allowing you to peek. Luckily for him, he has enough healing utility on him, and his teammates have taken position along the roadside as well. What's the move from Fantastic 5 over here? I wonder. I think the one man they can catch off guard, it's going to be 7MB Zip in the backlines. But it seems like they haven't really seen him yet.
He's just trying to survive there, and knowing this area of the map, there is no potential threat that is coming his way. But Ultron with this bow has done some damage, but the time he gets to just change up his weapon, he will get finished off by Roshan. NLS yet again lose the players early on, and it is fantastic fight. Even more damage with every second passing by. And NLS, they were on the bottom of the leaderboard, and I think they will remain there even after this matchup.
I guess so. I mean, NLS, this is a big ball dropped. 7MB Zip, his presence not known for the longest of times. Could have been the playmaker in that situation, but now I think again, Fantastic 5, as we mentioned, overwhelming with numbers. That's what they're best at, and that's what they're going to do to him as well. He's just waiting on the corner of this broken wall, right on the edge. He's going to be forced to fall back. His teammate providing a little bit of suppression through utility, but still spots out one, takes down one, gets traded, and 7MB Zip is going to be the last man to fall in the fight. Fantastic 5 again coming out on top in that Spartano drop clash. Quite consistent with their early game, I have to say.
And it is always just one single team on their target. They have drop clash almost like 50% of the game, and the result have been in the favor of Fantastic 5. But now OneShot, they are having to deal with yet another team, and let's see if Team Gojo can come out on top. Since Broken, he is knocked down, he's on his knees. Needs a revival, but he's not in a perfect spot to do so. But that free fire, it almost worked out in knocking the second player down. And Desynx, he is behind a good cover and nobody is expecting him there. But let's see if that element of surprise can bring him a knock.
Well, it's still not there. From where they can put the pressure, but Broken, he can be caught off guard. There's a man right behind him, and he does not know what is going on. A big blunder from Team Gojo and Team OneShot. Now they have the edge in this fight. Instant knock finish coming through. Another man spotted out, taken out. Not a single player traded from the side of OneShot, and Team Gojo on the verge of getting wiped out yet again.
And yep, without getting even one player eliminated, OneShot, they will secure another squad wipe. Two teams get eliminating in the stage 1. That's a very rare sight on the map of Miramar, but this is what the last map does to you. Everyone just trying to engage in the fight rather than escaping, because even they know the result of this match does not matter much in the overall standings and the prize pool they are gonna get, except for the few teams who require a big chunk of points if they want to go ahead.
Yeah. But after the 2 squad wipes, I wonder when we will get to witness the next fight in this map, because it seems like while we were hoping for early drop clashes, the 2 usual ones were the only ones that happened. Everyone else has just kind of remained calm in this match, and I think that's just going to be brutal for the mid-game stages now. Stage 3, stage 4, 9mm finally on our screens. Oh no, not in the last game, lads. Just 3 players there.
Ouch. Not what we were expecting right now, but 9mm now I think have to suffice with 1 lakh rupees overall, which is definitely not a small prize pool, but the battle and the intention of getting 14 finishes and the chicken dinner, it is getting even more difficult with starting just a 3-man lineup. W2R on the other side. Like, this team, we had really high hopes from them on day 1. But I don't know what happened with them. They fell really short.
Yeah, they completely fumbled the ball yesterday, W2R. Day number 1, they looked very solid, very well composed. The aggression was there, and it just completely faded away on the second day. Endeavour Esports. Exactly what happened to them today as well. Today, Endeavour Esports have been completely missing from the matches. Just finishing in the middle pack constantly. They could have been a potential contenders for this championship as well, but now I think we finally get to see where the players of 9mm are going to move in from. They're playing from the western side, and yeah, completely opposed to them. In the eastern graveyard right now are the players of Omen. But we saw that centric circle. It's going to be very exposed position, by the way. Not a lot of cover. High ground advantage already taken by Endeavour Esports.
And I think in the overall standings, they are in the fourth position, I believe. Yeah, they are on the third right now. 146 for them and W2R with 135. So 11 points separating them. Endeavour, it is pretty difficult for them to even climb to a second spot, since with the 9mm's chicken dinner, they have been solidified on the second spot. So Endeavour needs to make sure that they don't get eliminated early on. But in the meanwhile, W2R, they are taking fights on the other side of the map. It's Kayanshu who finds the frag, and Endeavour, they're starting to lose some players as well on the side of things.
Yeah, Endeavour Esports, they get sandwiched. The split has been compromised, and it's going to be difficult to recover. Two teams managing to put up that pressure on Endeavour Esports. And there's no suppressing fire from that high ground, by the way. Rulzbreakers, they're down to the last player, so they also have to be cautious. WinNoob, he has the M4 6X equipped. Can he pull this spray off? Gets a few shots in, preps the man for his teammate, but to no avail. And now they have to secure the knock. They have to trade the knockout with a nade. It might just happen. No, it falls a bit short. And, well, yeah, there's the reset coming on for W2R now.
Fresh is the one just giving up the revive, but Endeavour in the meanwhile closing down the distance, getting up ahead, and the knocked player will get wiped out as well. And slowly and steadily, the players are starting to get dissect, and Blaster has a Molotov in his hand, trying to just stop down these pushes. Adi, he needs to take at least one player down right now, because W2R, they are completely on the back foot, although the result will not matter much from here on, because the standings they are in a decent spot overall with 136 points, and to topple them down, FRAG Ninja needs to be the one who pull out a big chicken dinner. So W2R needs to pray that anyone but FRAG Ninjas have a good game, because at this rate, they might be the third team to get eliminated from here on. But HipGod takes down two players all by himself, but finally will get traded off, and Endeavour, things are not looking good.
Yeah, it's down to just Adi from the backlines. The util goes in. HipGod has fallen. It's down to a 2v1. And Adi is desperate for a knock, but it's too much pressure. And Endeavour Esports, they do manage to secure that fight. They do manage to survive it. But they've lost two players. 6 finishes on the board for Endeavour Esports. That was very unfortunate, by the way. I mean, I think their plan was to just stay in the range of that man on that high ground, but that sandwich, it happened too quick for them to deal with. They still have a decent position to play for placements for the late game, but look at Gojo, and they're closing in from the eastern side. San Martin, that has to be a difficult crossing for them.
Now, Dolphin on the other side, like, even if you talk about OneShot, like, this is one of those teams who had some good matches overall. Like, they had some big chicken dinner coming their way, but the potential they had in those few games, they were not able to replicate it in the next game. So another potential team, but the consistency is where so many teams were lacking. And WasTaken, even they are a team who had some good attempts in the start of the tournament on the first day itself, but again fell really short on the next 2 days.
Yeah, but let's see if they can find a way out of this fight. WasTaken, it's the last match, lads. Why do you have to be this passive? Unless you finish on the podium, there's not a lot of prize money. So I think WasTaken can actually potentially try it out for that fight. And plus, there's just like a solo player of the last surviving player of Rulzbreakers also lurking nearby.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he can cause some chaos into this game. But fantastic 5. This is about to get tricky for them. They don't have any cover apart from the dips and the ridges.
Now, OneShot, I'm not sure what they are planning right now. They have spotted a team and they know that they can close down the distance if they want to take a fight. But the region they are in, I believe, even they can be stalled on the backline since the area is not cleared and the power grid. They might even get sandwiched here.
Yeah, pretty much. Although I think right now they might just be patiently waiting to see where the fourth stage is going to be. Just 22 more seconds, because there's no proactive approach coming in from the players of OneShot. Inferno is stuck. He can't really put any more pressure without exposing himself directly into the players up ahead. But from the backline, some movement spotted from Omen, I believe, in the distance.
Well, looks like it. 9mm in the region. I just want to see what they want to do from here. Abhinav is just in his vehicle. Can deal damage if he wants to, but now Fantastic 5 just rotating out next. But Power Grid, it has been challenged yet again, and OneShot. The moment they were feeling secure in this area, have now been challenged. Rexy is coming down to close down the gap, but OneShot taking one player at a time and finishing the knocked player at the same time. Accumulating all those finishes and WasTaken getting trades left, right and center. Inferno low on HP gets on his in and Rexy finds yet another finish. But not enough for his team survival, and it is OneShot securing 8 finishes till now, and that has been the game that they were looking for, but it has been quite late. It's last game of the day and the tournament as well.
Yeah, it's the last game of the grand final, so as you mentioned, a little too late for OneShot to wake up, but 9mm, it seems like a little bit of a conflict between them and the players of Fantastic 5 who are looking for an opening, and this could be the moment it all completely gets shut down for OneShot. Already in the mid-game stages, and the blue is on the move as well. They're just stuck. Abhinav, look at him. He's trying his level best to get inside of the edge of the circle. He might gain some ground as well, but stage, that might be tricky.
Smoking out. Just keeping his edge, and Abhinav, I think he has been spotted, but the Ridge is just giving him the cover for his survival from here on. A tap might work out, and Smokey is just constantly keeping his eyes on the player, just trying to get another frag for his team. But now 9mm, they know 3 players. The requirement was 14 frags, 14 finishes, but till now all they have is just 1. So it looks like it that the threshold will not be matched, and 9mm, they have to suffice with the second spot.
Yeah, pretty much it. I mean, they still have an opportunity to change their fate. Let's see. 14 eliminations and the chicken dinner. And of course, someone else takes out Gojo, and the condition still lies. 9mm. They have to work towards it, but Gojo, oh no, Mystical Wave. It's Mystical Wave, man. They have been struggling since day number 2. At least day number 1 was decent, and the struggles do continue. They fall in between OneShot and the players of Gojo on the other side of the map, and it is gonna be my apologies, not 9mm. There's Gojo over there, and finally we do see the names pop up on the finish feed. Anuj 2OP kicking things off with the first knock in the fight. And every single point that this team gets just pretty much denies the trophy even further for 9mm.
I think at this point, Gojo, all they want is just 2 more points from here on. They will be the only team surpassing that 200-point marker in 18 games. That's how consistent they have been. A brute force of attack, and I just want to see how much frags that Anuj will be able to get until the very last, since he's the guy who is looking for the MVP title as well.
Well, I think that is what they might be hoping for, to accomplish everything. And as you mentioned, I mean, just been a force of nature inside of this tournament so far. But to be fair, again, as I keep mentioning, a few of these men play for professional teams. So,
yeah,
there's that.
Like, they have the experience, they have... Like, even if you scrim with the tier 1 players, you'll learn a lot. Like, how do you run the map, how do you rotate, which timing to get, just like this. Because Dope, he's just running all by himself, needs support from his teammates to take down the entire tier of squad, and he will. Just one frag each, but getting traded out by Speed. A perfect grenade launched in his way. But Zeref just giving the cover fire, and they just want to fight it on. 2 points they were needing with the finishes, and they have secured that. So 200 marker will be achieved in any case now. Mystical Waves trying to go ahead, and Zeref, he will get taken down by the frag grenade as well. But Anuj, he's not too far behind.
Yeah, but let's see. Arman, he's going to be the first point of contact. And Speed OP, he falls back. Reflex is there to provide some support. But it's Anuj too OP. He somehow does manage to find that knock as well. And now, see, the tables have turned on Mystical Waves. It's a 2v1. Zeref, there should be a revive onto Zeref. Arman is right there. In the meanwhile, I think OneShot, they have an opportunity to close in, but they're just keeping their distance. Anuj is doing a phenomenal job, by the way, on the high ground.
Oh, indeed.
So much pressure.
The cover fire. That is so perfect. Like, his team could have been taken down, and he might be the sole player surviving, but the way he has dealt with the 2 players all by himself was really necessary. And now he can get a frag of his own. Roshan with a buggy, just turning things around, and Anuj has given up his position. But now he'll try to spray down the players. Just need one more bullet connection, and he is not finding it anytime soon. And Roshan, being very fortunate, will move back to cover.
Yeah, but that was a nice little distraction from the players of Fantastic 5. Now they have the high ground, but on the backlines, look at that. Mystical Wave still in it, though. Zeref got a revive, ran again towards Reflex, and I guess they just really wanted to give the points to Mystical Wave for some reason. But Anuj 2OP, he doesn't want to give points, he wants to take points. Picks off 2 more. Well, that's just a knock and finish, but I think the last man in the backlines also does finally fall. Mystical Wave finally out of the match, and God's Omen, 5 eliminations secured at the cost of 2 players.
I think that's a decent trade when you are already sitting at the top. And we know, till the time Anuj is alive, this team can get even more frags. And Arman, he has been the perfect support for the team too. So now, with 2 players standing, they still have a possibility to increase the placement points till now, but the play zone will decide their fate. Will it be close to the power grid? Will it just make them suffer a lot? And it will make them suffer a lot. They have to now chase a long area, more than around 100 meters marker. But this region where compounds are to be dealt with, things get a little bit more tricky.
Let's see. Things have gotten tricky indeed. Fantastic 5 waiting on the sidelines. Look at the splash of colors on the radar towards the north. Endeavour Esports against Battlehawks, and well, Team RaZr also looking to get involved on the sidelines. I do not know what that nade was. Should have jump thrown it, but even then it would have fallen a little bit short of Team RaZr. Too much distance between the 2 sides right now.
Battlehawks, not a single frag for them. Team RaZr, nothing for them as well. On the other side, God's Omen, still closing out the gap, still hunting for Fantastic 5. They're in the compounds, but just falling back for the next play zone. They will find Desynx in the close proximity, so they have a lot of teams to deal with in that region. And Team RaZr, they are also just slamming into the area slowly and steadily. 24 players still surviving, and Team RaZr, they're still looking for the first one.
Well, let's see. Down a man. Anuj 2OP finally gets shut down. Fantastic 5. They might just be the one putting an end to the journey for God's Omen in this last match. And well, yes, they are. That's the end of God's Omen. But I think with where they finished, they might have clinched the trophy, and they would be celebrating, texting each other how happy they are about it.
Oh, indeed, because the distance was too much for any team to take cover on. But 9mm, even starting with 3 players, they had not the best start of the game, and now it is just a consolation match for majority of these teams from here on. OneShot, trying to end the tournament on a higher note. Just showcasing what they are capable of. 8 finishes already for them, looking for the 10th together. Already have one player knocked in the open, but he will get the revive soon, and they are in the play zone, so don't need to make a move.
Oh, but Team OneShot, they are kind of putting the halt on whatever Fantastic 5 were up to. They're stuck towards the edges, difficult terrain to traverse through, but at least there's still decent cover that they can work with. And Team OneShot, I think they might just refuse to just run out, completely prioritize this fight. But look at that finish feed go. Team RaZr, it seems like, are getting pummeled as well on the other side of the map. Ooh, and 9mm are losing players. Abhinav, he gets knocked out.
Was it the last player standing though from 9mm? Or that might be the case as well, that even they get eliminated. But now, onto the 7th stage in the next 2 to 3 seconds. Smokey from Fantastic 5 finds a knock and just trying to immediately finish him off. Lobs a grenade to secure that frag. Would be the 8th win for the squad. So many teams have started to step up, but the game and the tournament is already over for majority of them.
Yeah, pretty much. But still, in this last match, 7 teams remain, 16 players still alive. Let's see which team secures the chicken dinner, because Endeavour Esports, I think they might want to finish 3rd. As we mentioned, a big chunk of the prize pool dedicated to the top 3 of the overall leaderboard, and that's still where Endeavour Esports are trying to end. Trying the level best, still surviving in this match. Fantastic 5 still looking for points in the last game, and I love this aggression. I mean, if they played like this 18 matches, they could be the ones celebrating right now instead of God's Omen. But
that is indeed very true.
Yeah, too late now.
There are like so many other teams who have started to showcase what they are capable of, taking good fights and showcasing good 4v4 sequences, but on to the 18th match, there is nothing left for you guys. If this has been the case for even one day, maybe just the second day all by itself, things would have been way different for so many of these squads, but not the time for it. And now Desynx, just look at them. I've never seen Desynx take fight all by themselves.
Pretty much, but Desynx is also like a 3-man roster in this match. But I think all things aside, it would have been a wonderful experience for, I believe, for these athletes, for these young lads to compete in this tournament. I think, again, esports is something that's taken over in the recent days, and BGMI, it's just been there through and through. So to just play against a squad like God's Omen, to get that experience, that is something else. And of course, let's not forget, even finishing 16th at least gets you some money. You can go for a small party.
Yeah, indeed. And that even making the top 16 is a big feat for so many of these players as well.
So many
it's
colleges,
like
man.
Open registrations, players from throughout the country, from so many different colleges, and being in the top 16 of your entire nation colleges, that's a big achievement in itself.
Yeah. I mean, I was talking to Sivansh about this yesterday, that collegiate tournaments were what existed of esports back when I was in college, which was like, I think about 10 years ago. So, yeah, and from here now there's a complete professional circuit, but this is like a taste of esports, I guess, of a competitive circuit. I think God's Omen as well, the players, this was a very competitive lobby in terms of skill, so I really enjoyed my time commentating on these matches as well. And hey, it's not over for 9mm, by the way. There are 2 players left in this game.
Yeah, okay, that's nice to see. Finally, because I was like, yeah, I'm not seeing that squad for quite some time. Where are they? And knowing 9mm, they will be the one taking so many fights, but it looks like they want to have a brace of back-to-back chicken dinners. They are on the sidelines, not taking any aggressive risk, and with the way the zone is moving, they might even be able to get one more. 4 campers. They have seen battle logs in the close proximity, and this Molotov will just limit the position they have, and the vehicle just rotating out. There is an attempt for Z-Lord if he can take one the player down, but Ash on the other side finds the frag, will trying to find the second one as well, and a squad wipe for this team. Not all the finishes points, but definitely another squad elimination and 9mm. 4 finishes for them in the top 3 yet again.
Pretty much, but again, there are not enough points left in the game itself now for them to clinch away the crown from God's Omen. Although I have to say, look at this, Spartus. This has been the most competitive Miramar, I think, of all time. Stage 9, and we still have 6 players from 3 different teams remaining. It's a 2 versus 2 versus 2 situation, and it's the absolute end game of the map.
And yet, nobody wants to give away the position. Everyone wants to take it slow. Like, I'm not sure how much difference it will make on the overall standings, but everyone wants that chicken dinner in their favor for one last time. Because they know it will definitely matter for them, for their individual happiness. And now 4 campers, if you look at them, they are the only team who are rushing on different players. They're like, yep, you don't come to us, we are going to take the fight to you. And let's see who is the better assaulter.
I think that's what it's come down to, just a battle of egos happening, as you mentioned, of who is the best assaulter. But now it's down to a 2 versus 2 situation. 9mm versus 4 campers. Zealot still alive. Look at him inching closer, putting on that first aid. The booster is on, the stun goes out, the molly, the utility from the players of 9mm. They find the opening. It's a 1 versus 2. Frag is the last man surviving, and they know exactly where he is. 2 players from 2 different sides, and it is 9mm closing things out with a chicken dinner in the last map of Miramar. An amazing performance, a show of resilience, I guess, and of composure. Had they had more finishes, you never know, maybe they could have out-fragged the difference that was there between them and God's Omen, but I think this has been a very entertaining last game.
Oh, indeed. Amira, that we all were waiting for it. Finally happened, but on the 18th map, and 9mm. They wanted a 14 finish chicken dinner. They got at least one of it right. Not enough frags to topple down the winners. But the way 9mm has played, this team has huge potential when it comes down to the upcoming tournaments.
Yeah, pretty much. And as you said, I mean, there was a hypothetical where they could have walked away with the trophy with the 2 lakh rupees that was there for the winner of this college campus store, but that's not going to be the case. But nonetheless, as I was saying, an impressive run, an impressive matchup, and I think I would also want to see who finished 3rd, because Endeavour Esports was there, but they were again being chased by 4 campers quite nicely, and 4 campers also finished top 2. So yeah, that 3rd position also is going to be very big, because again, there was a lot of prize money associated with the 3rd spot as well.
Like, I think the 35,000 difference is what everyone was looking out for from the 4th to 3rd position is what they want to change, but that is a big leap that you have to take, and the overall standings will make the picture clear if they were able to pull that off, because Endeavour and W2R, they had the battle of their lives even in the final match. I think it was just 10 points separating them until the last one, and if one team was able to achieve it, it would be really sad for the other one.
Yeah, it definitely will be. But we still have to wait for the overall leaderboard to see how things turn out. But like, again, it's been a wonderful experience. This campus tour grand finals was very entertaining, and as we were talking about it, so many colleges participated, sent in their teams from every single region, and out of them, the top 16 inside of the grand finals, and it was so tough, like pro players in the mix. So now you see the difference. But again, to be fair, while these lads were studying, these other 4 lads in God's Omen, I've seen them compete throughout the year in tournaments that last for months. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they're putting in the work in their studies as well. But yeah, they were dedicating a lot of time actively out of their schedules, apart from their studies, to competitive BGMI. So that difference was bound to be there. Also, W2R, a huge shout out to them. I mean, they're making a name for themselves in the semi-pro circuit in the recent days, as we call them, the undergods of BGMI in the competitive circuit. Recently trying out for a third-party tournament. I had the pleasure of commentating on their matches, so I remember them from there. And even the players from 9mm were playing in that tournament. So again, we are seeing more and more of these pros that are very young, and it was a pleasure to see them play outside of their main teams, because when you play with your main team, it is completely different. But now with a roster made of your peers, I think that is also quite a different side of BGMI that you get to see from them.
Because that is something you have to step out of your comfort zone and your comfortable teammates and rebuild the entire structure. Because it's not easy to do so. Like, you have been playing with a certain bunch of players for quite some time, and now you have to change teams because you have to play with your college mates. That is a challenge in itself, and so many of these teams have faced through it. But then Omen still keeping their performance on the same level. 9mm, despite the fact the first day was pretty much average for them, showcased what they are made up of in the next 2 days and made sure that they end up on at least on second spot.
Yeah, but let's finally have a look at the overall leaderboard and officiate the champions of this Krafton India Esports College Campus Tour Championship. Starting from the bottom, NLS. I think NLS also had a few memorable moments. Team Gojo was very consistent in terms of picking mid-game fights, but I think OneShot in this last game was very impressive, very aggressive. Desynx had a kind of a slow start, but 9-16, I think they don't get that much prize money, and 4-8 as well as a smaller bracket. W2R Esports finish a little bit further away from Endeavour Esports, who finished with 153, 9mm with 191, and then Gojo finishing at the TBD top with 203 points. As you mentioned, they crossed that 200-point marker, almost getting to 150 finishes in 18 matches as well.
That's a commendable feat. The champions of Krafton India Esports College Campus 2. Crazy performance by Gojo. And yep, they have the prior experience, but then doing it all over again in a span of 18 matches in 3 days is commendable. Although, if you look at the first page, one more surprising stat is that Endeavour had 0 chicken dinners and they finished third.
Yeah, I mean, Endeavour, a smart bunch of people from IIT Bhubaneswar, so they're going to be making well, at least I think a party needs to be thrown for them being able to finish in the podium. Gojo as well, they are going to be celebrating when they go back to college. But Anush2OP, MVP of the tournament, 50 finishes. And of course, that is what we expect from the big man, Anush2OP. But Dustin was very impressive as well from the side of 9mm. So was Abhinav. Endeavour Esports, Gordon played phenomenally. And Fantastic 5, forever known as the team that broke Sivansh's heart. I'm going to keep saying that.
I think they might even add a title on their name at the end, like somewhere down the line. But talk about the top player, Anuj, 50 finishes, one single player. Like the distance, he has created like 9 finishes extra. Then the second of RaZr says huge things about one particular individual. Like one team, his own team getting 200 plus points, one individual getting 50 finishes. They are entirely built different.
Yeah, hopefully they can replicate it in the BMPS as well, because I'm pretty sure they're going to be, we're going to see them in the matches. But that was it. That was the journey of the Krafton India Esports College Campus Tour Championship 2026, ladies and gentlemen. And it was a pleasure being here. But with that being said, you guys take care. We'll see you in the next tournament. Until then, bye-bye.
Nobody say